Hi, Pong. We're live. Welcome.
This is
Welcome. You
thing.
just sat down.
I did just sit down. Basically, we got to say about a total of 20 words to each other during that time span. But yes, I am here, and we are here. I hope this thing is on. Hey, everybody, welcome to DG in the PM. Or if you want FF in the PM. We haven't decided on which way we're going to rebrand as of this point. But obviously doom and gloom in the PM or flip floppers in the PM. Go ahead and take your pick.
I would say if we do PB in the PM, then we only have to change one letter. It's a lot less work for Kate.
That's true. We could cut down on Kate's work.
Ponybot in the PM would be easier.
Ponybot in the PM.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I hate those words.
I know, but
I'd rather doom and gloom.
It doesn't matter. You can't control what people call you. So
listen, Kate could use
DG, FF
to sell this to Kate, right?
Okay.
We could rebrand a DG in the PM, right? And she could use the Dolce and Gabbana.
Okay.
D&G. So she would be happy to do that, right? I know Dolce and Gabbana aren't the biggest thing as they used to be,
right?
But it's still a pretty big brand, right? And I know, obviously, Kate likes to find her things in life. So I'm just trying to sell it to her. If you listen to a lot of people out in this community right now, hey, man, we're not supposed to talk about this stuff. We're not supposed to give our opinion on this stuff. We're not supposed to criticize this stuff. Again, even talking about this stuff instantly means that you're trying to get Phil fired. Like that is what you are saying.
You're not allowed to tag him either.
I have been called a PC guy. I've been called a PC guy this week, Steel. Or Mav.
Steel?
I've been called a PC Steel. I know. I'm already into living split screen mode because this is how we start our shows. But yeah, I was called a PC guy this week. Bro, I've had a PC for a year. Bro.
So great.
I actually do. You know this, guys. You know this. Mav and I certainly would love to sit here and talk about nothing but flowers, sunshine, rainbow, speculation town 24/7 if we could, right? It would be fantastic. It'd be a great gig if that's how the news cycles always went. And for a stretch run, we did have that kind of news cycle. And we talk about that stuff. But to simply say that we're going to ignore something like this, or to say, it means nothing, there's nothing going on whatsoever. This is business as usual. This is totally a part of the plan that we've been talking about for 3+ years now. Neither Mav nor I roll that way. So you guys know what you guys are going to get tonight, right? You guys know that you're going to get a conversation with just Mav and I's opinions, and Mav already started last night on a Mavcast. I was telling him I got to listen to part of it today at work. So he's gotten to talk already a lot about this, but you're going to get our opinions tonight here on PM and the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. You're going to get our opinions. It's not doom and gloom. Because again, neither one of us through any of this stuff over the past 3+ years, when everybody else out here has killed off Xbox, I don't know how many times at this point, Mav and I have never come out and said Xbox is dead. Never once. Never once have Mav and I been on Twitter saying, we're going to go. Well, Mav already owns a PlayStation, but you never heard us say, screw Xbox. I'm never spending money again on the Xbox ecosystem because I hate them. Never once. In fact, you heard the opposite from us. So what you're going to get is opinions on what's going on. Again, that's how we roll here. And it always will be from what we truly believe. We're not faking out here. We don't chase for clicks. We don't chase for clout. We've never done that. Through the years, we have been called a lot of different things. And this week is no fucking different. All right. It isn't any different. I don't know why the clown show on both sides gets so riled up over this shit. I don't know why the clown show thinks that they run everything all the damn time and they can just tell everybody what they're supposed to do. I'm sorry, folks. It's just not how it works around these parts, right? This is the Wild Wild West. This is the internet. Okay. So we're going to talk about how we feel about this stuff. Again, right, wrong, or indifferent. As always, it's always going to be opinion based here. Mav and I never claim to be insiders. We've never claimed to be talking to people within Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo or Gabe at Steam. We never claim any of that shit. We just come here to bullshit and talk about how we would actually talk about this if you guys weren't all here. So chat, welcome to PM in the PM. Yes, obviously the energy is high this week. Fired up over some things. I got to laugh about some things. Again, supposedly shade's been thrown my way on certain shows just for a simple post, which we'll get into on X, which just was, again, stating my feelings, right? About where things are at and what's going on. But not Xbox is dead and not Fire Phil. But we'll get into all of that, folks. Thank you all for joining us. Sorry for the late start yet again on a Thursday. You guys kind of know it's either me or Mav or both of us that have something happen on a Thursday night. I got stuck in traffic. There was just no way around it. I wasn't getting home. So appreciate y'all jumping in here. I hope you're going to enjoy the conversations. And we're not just going to talk about that stuff. There's been a whole lot of other news that's popped up. We got a lot to get into because, again, this isn't a strictly Xbox show, even though we talk about Xbox because they're always making news one way or the other. We're going to get into some other topics as well because there's a lot of cool shit kind of going on in the industry right now, too, as well. Some exciting stuff. But we'll get to that in a minute. I got to get to my co-host with the most, the CEO of the Fun Speculation Network, the man who owns about 45% of it since Caitlin takes the rest. But he did have a Mavcast last night where he had some fun. He was getting into it a little bit, and I'm sure that some of that energy is going to carry over tonight. The one and only Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav. What is going on, brother? How the hell you been?
Oh, good, man. I've been trying to come up with ways to farm for engagement and have fake opinions so that way, it drives people wild. And
that's what we've always been about,
it
bro.
causes us to lose subs. That's what we want, right? So, that's the energy you try and go for. And I think that's what I've been trying to do is just make a list of just fake things to be outraged about, fake things to say. It's been fun doing that. It's different for me. I'm not used to doing that, but it's cool being fake all of a sudden. So that's what I've been doing is just, you see in the DMs, okay, I bounce some ideas off you. Hey, I'm gonna pretend to be upset about this today, okay? And then, you'll get feedback on it. And so that's what I've been up to. Nothing else. I don't play games anymore. I only play on PC occasionally. I'm not even a real gamer. I only played Hi-Fi Rush for 3 hours. So yeah. That's all I have to say. Nobody wants to know our opinions. So
cool. I mean, again, it's totally awesome. It's just crazy that if we were farming for engagement, we could have hopped on the console war train a long time ago, like so many fake motherfuckers out here did. We could have done that. We could have played the role. We could have played the act. It would have been much more easy to farm engagement. I've seen entire channels blow by other channels that have been around for a lot longer just by playing the console war. If you want to farm engagement, there's a whole lot better ways than just speaking our opinions, which are mixed about all the different companies at all the different times. Let me tell you, because people don't like to hear it. People just want one way or the other. They want right or wrong. They want the tribalism. They want you to be a super fan, a toxic super fan who just never, ever steps over the line, that is constantly towing the line, the company line at all times for their favorite piece of plastic. And you guys all know, for me, I might have been on and be on a bunch of Xbox shows, right? Because that's my preferred brand. And I like talking about Xbox and they make a lot of news this generation. But since I came into this community, I have been upfront with who I am as a freaking 48 going on 49-year-old gamer who has seen the industries through all of its ups and downs and in-betweens, and who lost his favorite console manufacturer when Sega exited stage left. I told you all, I will never be that loyal dude again. Ever since Dreamcast went away and Sega stepped out, I will never be that loyal dude again. It's about me at the end of the day. Will I have preferences? Of course I'll have preferences. Who's giving me the best value and providing me more of the games that I want to play? That's where I'm at with Xbox, right? But I have always been about me. Like I said, it don't matter what happens in this industry. I will go where the games are if I can find a way. And that's all there is to it. And for people to be acting like I have portrayed myself as something different, Or is that if I claim to be an Xbot or I claim to be this or that, guys are fucking liars. And you guys haven't been paying attention to shit. And you guys don't listen. Thank you for the attention. I certainly appreciate it. But at the end of the day, you guys are the same fucking clowns, just different side of the coin. I've always said that. There are two clown shows. Now, the PlayStation side is much bigger. The PlayStation side doesn't have honest-to-goodness fans who will criticize at the same time as praise. They pretty much all just lap up whatever Sony gives them. Now, there are some over there for sure. There's some really good people out here who could talk the industry on a neutral level, even if they are Sony fans. But there just happens to be a whole lot of them. But circus is on both sides. And in fact, I'm really cool with some of the circus, right? I'm cool with some of the circus on the Xbox side for sure. There's some of the circus. Listen, they have fun making fun of the Sony clowns. And to me, that is fine. But they don't have whole entire shows just hating on PlayStation nonstop, the actual company or the games without any warrant. And I'm fine with that. Again, I don't like the console war shit, but some of it is funny when it's just good times between clowns making fun of clowns sometimes, right? That's good entertainment sometimes. But again, I stay out of it. I stay away from most of it. So again, dragging my name into shit because I make a post about what's happened. We'll talk about it. Again, I said perfect to the people who did hit me up to let me know what was going on. I was like, perfect, then I'm doing something right. Because again, I've never portrayed myself as anything different. Neither has Mav. Mav has been clear who he is as a gamer. In fact, everybody in the Fun Speculation family, Steel, the Shop podcast, if you've listened to us, you know where we all stand in this industry and who we are as gamers. We all are old enough and have been around the block long enough to know who we are as gamers. And we have never faked it. We have never done that for clicks, for engagement, none of that shit. We tell you what we think. People hate us for it. We've gotten hate from all sides, depending on what the topic has been. So that's going to continue tonight. But like I said, we're not going to spend all, 3+ hours on just that topic. There's a lot to get into. We are going to talk about other stuff going on because, like I said, we do love the industry, and we're going to talk about some of that stuff. But first of all, Mav, this week, gaming-wise, Mav, I am getting ready. Tomorrow, Homeworld 3 comes out. Nice. I've had that sucker pre-ordered since February. It was supposed to be out in March. They delayed it until May. We're here. I can't believe we're here. So I got 72-hour early access on Homeworld 3 because I bought the big edition. I am looking forward to relearning and actually learning how to really play Homeworld. For the first time. I've played it before on friends' PCs. I've played them before, loved them, right? But I never had time to sit down. I actually purchased the old ones on Steam. Was one of my first buys, but I never got back to actually playing them. So Homeworld 3, I'm diving into kind of blind, but I know they've got all new mechanics and everything else. That comes out tomorrow. You guys will be seeing screenshots because I've said this on plenty of shows, but man, there is nothing that looks better like on the screen than space done right. When you have space done right and you get the battles and you got the planets and the stars and you get all the supernovas in the background and all that kind of stuff, there's just nothing better. And Homeworld 3 is shaping up to be a freaking fantastic RTS, more complex RTS than I'm used to because you can control your ships in a 3D space, which is I've fooled around with some of them. It ain't as easy as you think it is. So I'm going to have fun doing that. And then Ghost of Tsushima next week is on the docket, pre-ordered, ready to rock and roll. I'm going to have to, I told you guys in the DMs, I got to figure out what my PSN login is. I don't remember at this point. So I'm going to have to get that set up. Otherwise, been really, again, just grazing. A lot. I've gone back to Age of Empires again this week, Mav. Been rocking and rolling on Age of Empires 4 with a new update that they did where they changed some of the stuff. They added some new play styles and actually some new rules to some of the modes and stuff. And so I've been fooling around with Age of Empires 4 this week. What else I've been rocking out? Well, obviously Megaton Musashi W, or Megaton Musashi Wired, a game I've been promoting when I've been talking about what I've been playing. I have been rock and rolling that every single day. Again, what a great mecha game. What a great JRPG. Really fantastic, deeper than you think it is up front. Having a freaking awesome time with that game. So happy with that purchase for a game that I had not heard anything about because it was only over in the East. We didn't get it in the West, and it was only on Switch. And they brought it worldwide. And I think more people should go check this out because I know there's a lot of mech fans out here. I know there's a lot of anime fans out here. And this game has got both in spades. And I'm absolutely Megaton Musashi W. One of my favorite games I've played this year so far. Really loving that game. So I've been rocking out and rolling on that. So that's pretty much by my week. And then, like I said, I could name off 10 other games. But that's where I've been kind of spending my time, man.
Yeah.
So,
for real, on the game that I've been playing is Banner Lords. I've been playing just a lot of that, and then Balatro. That's like the two things I'm really playing right now. Manor Lords is like so good, man. Like it is just insanely good. But like I always get to these points where I get stuck. I've spent a lot of time. I've built up this town and stuff, and I've really figuring things out. It doesn't really kind of hold your hand, but it tells you what you need to know, right? But sometimes there's like something that I'm missing that I didn't see how to do or whatever, and then I'll try and look it up. But then like what it says to do, like it's not there for me. So I don't know if it's like because it's an early access thing and there's like bugs, or if it's something that I'm doing wrong. So that's the only frustrating thing right now with it, because it kind of like halts my progression. And right now I can't figure out how to fucking get sheep from the livestock trader. That's where I'm stuck at. So it seems something so simple, right? And it just says, "Oh, go to the livestock trader and get the sheep." Well, I go there and there's nothing there. So like I'm stuck.
Did you put people working at the livestock trader? Okay. Did you open up your trade lines?
You mean at the trading post? The other thing that's like the pack post?
Yeah, where you do like where you do like over like out of the country kind of trading, right? Where it opens up, where you get people coming in and out of your town that will trade and stuff. Because if I remember correctly, now it's been a week since I touched Manor Lords or so, maybe a little bit more than that. But I was at that point as well. And I think one of the things says, if you read it, it says you have to open up trade line first in order for people to bring in the sheep or the cattle. So I think there's something to that. And I think you might not have that possibly set up yet. But again, don't go in. Yeah, go in or just Google. There's so many people playing Manor Lords right now, bro. They've already got whole freaking YouTube videos about how to do everything in that game.
I forget sometimes like that you can zoom all the way in, because I spend so much time like kind of in fast forward mode, like on the overworld, right? But then like occasionally I'll just like zoom all the way into like the street level or whatever, and it's just like, fuck, how does this game look this good?
From one dude.
I have one person. This is super in-depth, like city builder strategy / game that's like insanely impressive technically. It's pretty mind-blowing. And then you see all the stuff going on with like development costs and struggles in the industry, and you see like this one fucking guy made that. Like that would hold up against a lot of huge games.
That's what they're all looking at, bro.
It's nuts.
Looking at it. The seasons in that game too.
I know, man.
You have the day-night cycle on? Do you have the day-night cycle on? Bro, gorgeous too. God,
in the fucking winter time, dude, like.
And then when it turns spring, then your people go out and start planting crops, and then you watch your crops grow, and they're all out there working. Bro, it's dope. It's a great game, man. It's a great game.
So good.
It's so good, man. It's so good. Again, as you guys can see, we're not those people saying that this industry's done, that we have nothing to play, that this is all over with, that video games suck. We're the opposite here on PM to PM. Mav and I could, sit here and talk about a couple games for hours. Like that's who we are. So, but yeah, Manor Lords is freaking amazing. I got to get back to it, bro. I got to get back to it, man.
Yeah.
Are you double dipping in Ghost of Tsushima? Are you going to pick it up on PC?
I think so. I mean, I don't know exactly when I'm going to do it, because there's so many things that I'm thinking about playing right now, and my back
I
catalog is
know.
strong. Like I got a little jealous right now because Psycho beat Unicorn Overlord.
I know.
And
Shout out to Psycho. He's in our chat. By the way, Psycho, congrats again, brother. That's a
I
huge task.
I want to go
No doubt.
finish it now because he did, But like I know what a monumental task that's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
But like, will I be able to wait on Ghost? Because I really love that game, and I just want to see it in ultra wide and like all the extra detail and all that kind of stuff. I think it could be amazing. So, but I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to shout out?
As far as games,
yeah.
Thanks. I mentioned it earlier, but Balatro, I'll just shout it out again because that is like such an amazing, just, I don't give a fuck. I'm just sitting here chilling right now and watching a movie or whatever, like game, it's the kind of game you can play while you're doing other stuff. Thank you to that. It was another solo dev, right? That made that.
I have to look that one up. I don't know if that one was solo or not, but I have to look it up. I went out.
It's a small team. Yeah. I think I read something like this game changes life forever or something like that. Like it is so chill, man. It's so good too. And your favorite thing is when you finally beat a deck.
Yeah.
You finally get through that deck and then you unlock a new deck and stuff. And it's like such a clever idea. And I saw people posting clips of that other game. What's it called? It's getting great reviews today. It's a little indie game. I saw it on Tidbits this week when we were doing that on FSP. It has a retro theme style, kind of Metroidvania. Looks kind of like a SNES era NES game. Beautiful lighting and stuff in it.
Is that the one that got the one that got that
it's
actually
in
got
PS
scores
Plus
today?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like nines and stuff.
Oh, not the one that just got.
I think it's in PS Plus. I think somebody said that. Animal Well. Thanks, Mr. Waffles.
Animal Well. Yes, that is the one. Yeah,
I was
Animal
looking at
Well.
it, and the more
I was going to say Animal Hollow. Thank you.
I really want to play that game. So
yeah, it looks dope. It's a lot of puzzling and stuff like that. And again, the Metroidvania aspect doesn't appeal to me, but my God, the graphics are so gorgeous, bro. Like just the atmosphere that game has. Real quick, that is something we've been talking about, Mav. And I want to shout this out real quick. Not a game, but I want to shout out something that started on X this week. Somebody, I don't know who started it, right? But you see this happen a lot. Like they will have days where indie devs like post or artists post all their artwork, right? And to get eyes on themselves, right? And this happens. It becomes a trend. People quote tweet the last tweet, last post or whatever, and put their own stuff up. And it's kind of a trend. The one this week that I have to shout out is the one that started this week, Mav. I don't know if you've seen it on X all week, but the game I'm making and the 3 games that influenced it. This has been going on. If you pay attention to X a lot, right? All these indie devs are posting a screenshot or a video of the game they're making, and then the 3 games that most influenced their game. Bro, I have followed and wish list at least a dozen games this week because of this trend. This is what I'm talking about. This is something we talk about all the time. This is what the community should be, with people posting their gameplay. And I'm talking about just regular gamers. Steel put out a tweet today or a post this morning with a video of him. And it's been a while since I've seen Steel do this, but he posted it too. How many of y'all are actually gaming out here, right? I don't see a whole lot of gamers. Why aren't you posting your gameplay? Y'all like to talk a bunch of shit, but you guys aren't actually posting anything. Show us who you are as a gamer. Pump up these devs by showing it off. But this indie trend this week, I got to say, Mav, is pretty spectacular. And to what I was going to say to your point there, Mav, is that's something we've been speaking on for years as well. That this industry, now that devs, right, small devs, have access to a lot of the same tech that the big devs do, they are showing up the AAA market in a lot of ways. And now it's not going to be for everybody because yes, you do have the 8-bit graphics. You do have the 16-bit graphics, right? They don't come with like Unreal Engine 5 all the time. Although there's some indie devs using Unreal Engine 5 that are doing some incredible things. But for the most part, that's when people look at those games and go, pfft. But all we've seen this year, Mav, so far is small dev teams kick AAA's ass all over the face of the planet. It's all we've seen is smaller devs, Pal World, Helldivers 2, right? Kick everybody's ass all over the place. Manor Lords, over 1 million sales in 24 hours for a one guy team, right? For the most part, he did have some help, but pretty much all him, 7 years. Putting out these games that aren't AAA, that don't have huge marketing, which is another word this week that is all the rage, of course, with Hellblade 2 not getting the marketing that everybody thinks it should. These little teams are coming out and showing up the AAA devs who are spending $100 million, $200, $300, $500 million on games. They're showing up these big companies. That's why, Mav, you and I have always stated, and all of us in the family have stated, that this industry is healthy. This industry might go through changes, might go through contraction. We might be seeing changes at the big boys. But at the end of the day, the indies and the AA space is healthy as all get out. There are people making some freaking incredible games. Go watch the CIS show that Dutch put together, the Community Indie Showcase. Go look at some of those games that are in there and tell me that they don't look freaking fantastic and something you want to play. Again, if you're a AAA snob, that's your deal. That's fine. But my God, there are some amazing games coming out. And I think it is really important to point that out, that a game like Balatro also sold incredibly well. And if what you remember is true about the story, that it is a single dev, Mav, and that it changed his life, these things are happening now because of where the industry's at. This isn't the success stories that we used to see all the time back in the day, because these people would never, these games and these devs would never get brick and mortar space back in the day. Everything has changed because of the way the industry's set up now, allowing for people to come out of nowhere and make hit games. And that is a massive advantage to this industry, because as I've stated, the movie industry, the TV industry, sure, you've got your independent films, right? Sure, you've got your small little time, people walking around with a group of, 5 people and a cast of 2 making movies that sometimes get recognized. But you still don't see them bankrolling at the movie theater or DVD sales or Blu-ray sales, I should say, nowadays. You don't see that. But this industry allows for that to happen. And I think that is a massive, massive win for this industry, and why I do not believe this industry will collapse. It may get smaller, it may contract, it may go through a whole lot of changes, it may evolve into something that we didn't see coming. But man, as long as that indie and AA scene is still healthy and still rocking and rolling and putting out stuff, we're good to go, man. We're going to have games forever.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah.
Some of our favorite games this past year, especially this year, have been all from at least small teams and stuff.
Smaller teams. Yeah.
Crazy.
I think it's an incredible time. But let's get this chat shouted out, and then we'll get right into this, because we are already at 7:00 due to the late start. But again, thank you all for being here. And if you are lurking out there, we love you just the same. If I don't get your name, we love you just the same. If you stopped in for 5 minutes left, still love you. If you're listening to this in the future, as I know General Spartan 27 already hit me up on X and told me that he was going to listen to us tomorrow morning, Mav, because he's got an early start for work. Love you. Love you all the same. But I'm going to get this chat shouted out as we always do. The East Side Vandals in the house. What's up, East Side? What's going on? East Side, I almost tagged you this week due to your Suicide Squad hate for giving them guns. I saw somebody post an old ad, East Side Vandal, from back in the day in the 90s when they had X-Men with guns as action figures.
Yeah.
And I was going to tag you and say, Eastside, I bet you had these as a kid, man. I bet you did. Love you, Eastside. Thanks for being here, brother. Appreciate you so much. Who else we got in here? We got DJD925. Yo, what's good? Yo, what's good to you? Thank you for joining us tonight. We got the Bionic Wolf. Yo. What's going on? Using the Jasper emoji in the chat. We got the Nam, Omar, what's going on? We got the Magnum in here, what's going on? We got the J Mac dropping in here. What up, J Mac? Great to see you. Who else we got in here? We got the Niternal in the house. What's going on, Niternal? Always great to see you. Again, you said lurker here, did my talking before you started. Appreciate that so much, Niternal. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. So we knew you were here, but even if you don't, still appreciate you for joining the show tonight. We got Jeremy Lausen in the house. What's going on, Jeremy? Man, Vampire Survivor for me so far, best indie game I play with Cult of the Lamb. Exactly. 2 more big ones. 2 more Vampire Survivors out of nowhere. Blew up. Crazy. Web Dave is in the house. I'll be joining Web Dave in a couple Sundays from now on the 19th. So you guys get a little early heads up about that, but that we are scheduled for that. I'm going to do everything in my power, Dave, to make that date because I have owed you a show for a very long time, sir. Appreciate you showing up here, Web Dave. Great to see you. I got the 5.0 Trey Gaming in the house. Is up 5.0. Appreciate you. We got the Jam Fortnite in here. Jam Fortnite. I don't know which way you want me to say it. I'll say it both ways. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you so much. We got the Talos Ray in the house, of course. Thank you always for being here. We got the Jay's World 2021. Great to see you, Jay's World. Thank you for being a part of the show tonight. We got the Decado, of course, showing up in the chat. Decado, what is going on? Great to see you. He says, holy shit, I wasn't paying attention to the time. Damn Hades 2. Hey, everybody playing Hades 2, hearing great things about that early access. I decided, obviously, with Homeworld 3, Ghost of Tsushima coming out over the next week. I'm not doing early access on Hades 2. I will wait for full launch, but great to see so many people saying it's already awesome. More of what Hades 1 was, which is freaking fantastic. So I'm all about that. Glad you're enjoying it, Takado. Who else we got in here? We got the one and only 3-Bit in the house. What's going on, brother? 3-Bit is here. 3-Bit's had a lot to say on X and on shows as well about everything that's going on as somebody who has been in the industry, who has now moved on to commercials. Shout out to 3-Bit, but he has been a dev in the industry. He has a lot to say. And again, so if you don't want to just listen to a couple talking heads, somebody in the industry saying a lot of the same things we are. 3-Bit's freaking amazing. Thank you, 3-Bit, for being here, brother. We got the Xena in the house. Great to see you, Xena. Always a pleasure. Thank you for joining the show. And again, speaking of the one and only lore master Jasper from the future, the man has jumped into the chat. What's going on, actually, guy? Lore master, great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. We got Serve in the house. What's going on? One guy dude. Yeah, I know. One guy dude. Again, my after work brain, my old brain, it never works out. Then you get my Saturday morning brain on living split screen. Listen, it ain't the same as it used to be. All right. I try to keep it sharp. It just age happens. Sir, appreciate you being here. We got the Jagger 0718 in the house. What's going on, Jagger? We got the legendary Yobi in the house, the one and only legendary. Yobi says, Pong Soul, fun speculation. I don't like the fact that y'all spoke how y'all felt and have been for years. Now you are the bad guys. That's corny. I agree, Yobi. I agree, but this is how it's always been, brother. Again, I actually say thanks because it means we're doing something right, because it means we haven't changed one bit in all these years that we've been doing this. So, but I appreciate that, Yobi. Brett Bingham's in the house. What's up, Brett Bingham? We got the beautiful one and only Miss Caitlin in the house. Another fantastic thumbnail tonight, Caitlin, as always. And again, thank you for posting it and getting it out there into the internets. We got the Mr. Waffles in the house, the man who hates pancakes, obviously, because he's named himself Mr. Waffles, not Mr. Waffles and Pancakes. That's how the internet thinks these days, obviously. Mr. Waffles, thank you for dropping on in here. And I do like waffles over pancakes. All right, let's see here. We got the BT Maverick 707 in the house. What's going on, BT? We got the Calorie. What's going on, Calorie? Great to see you joining the show as always, brother. We got the Star Traffic in here. What's going on, Star Traffic? This says Age of Empires devs have to look at Manor Lords and improve their game. Two different styles of game. I do think, right, that anybody who does RTSs or city builders can look at Manor Lords and take some things, obviously, from what he's done. There's some very unique stuff in there, like not just having a plain old grid system, but having it kind of be creative where you can actually make weird looking plots of land, and the game itself just builds the house or whatever building around that plot that you made, it's kind of dope, right?
It's
It makes it
simplified.
more authentic. Yeah, it is. It's simplified and it makes it more authentic too, because not everything's always perfectly gridded out. I know nowadays a lot of a lot of neighborhoods are built that way, but back in the day, that's not how it worked. But I do think there are some stuff that they could take. But let me tell you, World's Edge is special dev, and Age of Empires is one of the most played games right now. Like,
Yeah.
they keep talking about how many people are playing Age of Empires right now across PC and console. That gives me a mad hope for that genre, that they're going to keep making those. So, and we know they are, because it's freaking awesome. Who else we got in here? We got the dude. What's going on, the dude? Great to see you. Who else we got in here? We got the Def Leopard in the house. Thank you for joining the show, Def. We got I Got Soul. What's going on? I Got Soul. Great to see you in here. We got Alvin in the house. What's up, Alvin? Yo to you, sir. Who else we got in here? Bump, 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 bump. Let's see here. I got Abdel 114 in the house. What's going on, Abdel? Who else we got in here? We got Stephen Avery. What's going on, Stephen Avery? Says Crime Boss is free to play this weekend. It's not as bad as people said it was. I bet you could probably beat that in the weekend too. It's a good free-to-play game to drop in if you got nothing else to do this weekend. Stephen Avery, thank you for joining the chat. Appreciate you. Who else? We got Damn Good 75. What's up, Damn Good? We got the Poison Maniac joining us. What's going on, Poison Maniac? We got the one and only Steel Rain in the house. What's up, Steel? Great to see you, brother, as always. We got Stone King X in here. This man's been posting some gameplay. Appreciate you, Stone King X. Always jumping in here. Great to have you a part of the show. We got the Sanchez MTZ Gaming, of course, here. It wouldn't be a show without Sanchez showing up. What's up, Sanchez? We got the Void Rat. Yes, the Void Rat always stops by as well. We got Dana G in the house. What's going on, DJ? Halo Infinite is trending right in a good way, and nobody talks about it. A lot of people, I've seen a lot of, weekly, I see a lot of clips from Halo Infinite. I really do. And I think that a lot of people are playing it and enjoying the hell out of it. And again, it is what it is. They got Halo Infinite to a good spot. Unfortunately, it was late to the party. So not everybody pays attention to it like they used to, right? But Halo Infinite is in a good spot. And I do see a lot of people posting.
They started marketing it more recently too. They just dropped a new trailer today as well.
It'd be interesting to see how that Helldivers mode goes over when that drops.
Yeah, it's. I was playing it with Game Pass Dad's community last week, and it's so good, man. Like it feels like the best playing Halo really ever, and there's so much more content than there's ever been before. There's really not like anything that I can point to. I'm not like the pro level player or anything like that, like some of these guys are, that can point to like every little issue that they experience and point it out. But like when I'm playing, I'm just like, it's fucking amazing. I need to play more of it though. I think the overall kind of like first year that happened with Halo Infinite, the negative sentiment kind of killed a lot of the people from continuing to play that I would have been playing with.
Sure.
So now it's like me and Kate would hop in or like try and get somebody to play with us or whatever, and I kind of kill that sentiment. But I just need to start playing it more myself again and really get into it, because it's a fucking great game. It really is.
Yeah.
Maybe more community nights here on the channel.
Yeah, all the Halo people. I mean, again, the people still playing it. It's got nothing but praise for it. So
it's amazing.
I did, off topic real quick, Bev. I did see I was lurking because I was going to bed, but I did see you guys try Payday 3. That was fucking hilarious.
We did.
Bro, that was hilarious. Bro,
you had breaking news in our chat, I think, during that. You just when you did? You did. You popped into the chat. You said you said Sony bent the knee about Helldivers 2.
No, that wasn't Payday.
It wasn't Payday.
You guys are playing something. No, was that Payday?
Yeah,
bro, my brain is Friday.
Yeah, I think so.
Was it?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
Maybe it was. Maybe you guys were playing.
Yeah, I think it was Payday.
Oh, bro, my brain's fried. Anyways, yeah, that was
Yeah.
hilarious, man, because I was dying at you guys, especially when you guys didn't go through the tutorial. You should. I literally said out loud, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be fucking great. Watch this." Sure enough, the whole first match, man, was like, "Maybe we should have played the tutorial." What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god, I was. Oh my god! And when the freaking Splinter Cell guys showed up, and you're like, "I'm getting attacked by a ninja. I'm getting attacked by."
It was like Sam Fisher just showed up.
Yeah, you're like Sam Fisher's kicking my ass. Help, Caitlin. It was so fucking funny, bro.
Dude, we were having a great time with that game. I Payday 2 and Payday 1, I really never got into. It had a little jankiness to me, right? This one was really smooth. I know it had a lot of issues at launch, so we kind of waited to try it. But we played it, and the gunplay was fun. It didn't have any trouble getting it matched. It was super smooth. The only issue I had is we got into the same map 3 times in a row. So that kind of sucked. But other than that, it was great. But those matches were still, we had a blast each one too. It was really fun. You need to play it with us.
I when I was watching you guys compared to like Payday 2 that I never played Payday 1, but Payday 2 I jumped into.
Yeah.
That thing was janky as
that's what
bro. Like when I was watching you guys, I was like, this looks like a modern game. This feels like plays like a modern. Yeah. That was good. But obviously it came out broken, which killed any hype for that game too. Magnum, yes, a long time ago. It's been decades for me, sir. But you are correct. I know the damage I did early in my life, and it's probably coming back to haunt me, but I'm still doing good for how much damage I did. Let's put it that way. But yeah, it's been decades. But yes, back in the day for sure. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Man, we got a lot of people in here. Man, this community's fired up this week, man. Let me tell you, both good and bad, man. Woo-wee.
We got
down 114.
We got a $20 super chat from Geezer Prime.
Geezer with a 20 bomb.
20 Let's
bomb,
go. Bro. Thank you, Geezer. Said sub
speculators. Is that all it was?
Yeah, it said sub speculators let the war drums play. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go, Geezer.
Shout out to Geezer being here live. I know he watches our content, but isn't able to be here live a lot.
Yeah,
check out his music. Great musician, also.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see.
Sir X, man, hit us with a $2 super chat.
What's up, Sir X?
What's that word? Psygnosis, EA, Big, Bizarre, Creation, PGR, Hurt Me. With a $2 super chat from Sir X, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, what is he talking? He's talking about the Psygnosis, EA Big, Bizarre Creations, PGR, Hurt Me.
Yep, we're talking about all the things that have come and gone, obviously.
Yeah.
Right yeah. Oh, Froggy T writes in here. What's going on, Froggy T? Nate Dog. What's going on, Nate Dog? Cyber Gunter's in the house. What's going on, Cyber? Appreciate you. We got Sin in here. What's going on? JB1521. I think I shouted you out, but I'll shut you out just to make sure. Great to have you a part of the show. Damn good 75. I think I did shout you out too, but great to see you as well. Duke Togo 13. What's going on, Duke Togo? Always great to see you in here. Who else? Did I miss anybody? Let me go down to the bottom because I saw a bunch of cool people jump in here as well. You're all freaking part of that cool club, by the way. Wall Diggity is in the house. What's going on, Wall Diggity? Man, I'm still a Phil Spencer fan. Again, we wouldn't even be talking about Xbox most likely right now without Phil Spencer.
100%.
And again, Mav and I had this talk 2 weeks ago when all the shit went down, when articles would be written about Phil's legacy and it would it be about destroying Xbox. You heard us both say his legacy is 1,000% cemented because we would probably not have an Xbox without Phil Spencer. So again,
I tagged him and said I was disappointed in him for letting for allowing this to happen.
Absolutely. And
those
two things can exist.
It can't. I'm not allowed. Pong.
This is the problem that one-dimensional people have, and this community is filled with fucking one-dimensional people. They have no maturity in their emotional state, in their thinking processes. None of them have outgrown being a fucking 5-year-old in a lot of ways because they don't understand that, yes, we can say that Phil Spencer's legacy is cemented and that obviously what he did for Xbox, saving it, most likely saving it, to having criticism for him today in whatever case we're talking about, those two things can coexist. They can.
No.
And one person can have both of those thoughts.
No, what?
I know, of course.
How? What? You gotta stand on business, bro.
Yeah. Right.
Stand
Yeah,
on
that's
business.
great. Bro, anyways, we'll get into it here in a second. Don Sicario, what's going on, Don? Always great to see you. And here says Phil, still the GOAT. Yep. I still agree. Cirques, what's going on, Cirques? We got you in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being part of the show. What's going on? Hargeet, Johnny, what's going on, Hargeet? I've been catching bits and pieces of Boom Show, Hargeet. Great thoughts, brother. Heard you again, you much like us, Hargeet.
Yeah.
A lot of praise, a lot of talk about the vision that was in place that we all believed in, right? All these years that Phil's been talking about it, that they've been building towards that vision. We all believed in it. We had great praise for all that. These moves here, I've heard you. And a lot of the same feelings, bro. So appreciate you speaking out too, Hargeet, about this stuff and keeping it real when it comes to that stuff about how you feel, your opinions on the subject, because you were a lot like us in the belief of where Xbox was going at one point underneath Phil. And again, we'll talk about that here, but appreciate you, Hargeet. Buzz, what's going on, Buzz? Great to have you a part of the show. Siki is in here. Siki, what's going on, brother? The Sir X-Man, of course, made his name known earlier. Thank you, Sir X-Man. Appreciate that. It's Timmy. It's Timmy. What's going on? We got the Magnum in here. What's going on? Let's see. I've got all these. Who else? Geezer Prime, who dropped that 20 bomb earlier. Geezer, great to see you, of course. Thank you for being here. Who else? Did I miss anybody else down here? God, you guys are crazy, man. Yeah. Brian Gilabo is in the house. What's going on? Appreciate you, Brian. Again, if I'm keep butchering your name, I apologize, but I try my best with those ones for sure. Let's see here. I think I've got everybody. I'm Omar. I don't know if I shouted you out, but you're in here. The Elemental Hero, the Shadow Link Dragon Wolf King. Yo, that is one hell of a name. Bro. Yeah, I wasn't reading a sentence, chat. That was not a sentence, right? It's the Elemental Hero, the Shadow Link Dragon Wolf King. One hell of a freaking name, bro. I can't imagine trying to type to you every single time in the chat, though. Oh, my God. But he says hi. Hi to you. Thank you. Appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much. I think I'll just cut. If I see you again, I'm just going to cut it down to Wolf King. So please don't be
say the whole thing.
Bro, no, bro.
Why not? It's amazing.
It is amazing. It is amazing. I think I've caught up here on the chat. Again, you guys are all incredible for being here. You guys, love you all for joining up. Nathan Hardman, I see you. What's going on? And that is one thought. Moggs E, I see you dropping in here. What's going on, Moggs? Nathan Hardman says PC is the only way now. That's one point of view. And again, a lot of people are jumping to that. Right? A lot of people are, right? So, but again, we'll see how this all plays out. But
you're PCMR now, Pong. So
I know I'm just a PC player. I'm just a PC player.
You're more of a PC guy.
So. I'm more of a PC guy. That's what I got told this week. You guys all know. Anybody who's been around the Fun Spec fam for long, you guys all, you know how ridiculous of a statement that is to make, right? Anyways.
No, it's not. You bought a PC.
Let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. I know you talked about, I don't think we have to do a whole lot of articles. I think everybody here probably knows what the hell has been going on this week. And obviously we're going to dive into this because recap once again, maybe you guys aren't aware of everything. It was announced on yesterday, that 3 studios were being shut down and 1 studio was being rolled in. And these all were on the Bethesda side. So you had Arcane Austin, right? Makers of Prey. Again, for people who don't know Arcane's history, Arcane was one giant team. So they all worked on Dishonored back in the day, right? Then they split. And they became Arcane Lyon in France, and then Arcane Austin, obviously down in Austin, Texas. So a lot of that team, again, a lot of the originals have left. There was reports that up to 70% of the original team had left when they started work on Redfall because people did not want to work on Redfall. So is this the same Arcane Austin? No, but the veterans that are still there had their hand in Dishonored, of course, Prey. And then, of course, Redfall, right? And obviously they helped out with Dishonored 2. They did all that kind of stuff. Love Arcane. I love Arcane Leon. I love Arcane Austin, right? I love Dishonored series. Really enjoyed my time with Prey. And again, Redfall is what Redfall is. Okay. Again, Mav and I went back. I actually played on PC with Steel prior to the 60 frames patch on console. You guys know all of our opinions on it when it dropped. Some people like to continue to try to say that we were part of the group absolutely destroying Redfall. Not even close. I continue to say that I was excited to play it once they patched it, once they fixed it. The state of the game was the state of the game. Why people think that they need to defend Redfall when Phil and the devs all came out and admitted that it wasn't fully cooked and that it could have been a lot better than what it was when it came out. That's the other part of the community I never will understand. But none of us destroyed Redfall. We said it wasn't in the shape it should have been to launch, that it should have had 60 frames at launch. That was one of the games that we did criticize because we knew it was possible. We just gave it fair criticism for what the game turned out to be when it launched. And obviously a vast majority of people agreed with us. But I played it on PC prior to the console. I said I wasn't going to touch it on console until the 60 frames came out. I played on PC with Steel. We were having a really good time. It was great. It was good. I mean, I'm not going to say it was like game of the year. It was just a good game. It was fun. I love killing vampires. We don't get enough vampire games. I loved it from that standpoint until I lost nearly 4 hours of save time. And you guys know that's the one thing out of all the stuff I put up with in games, and I put up with bugs, I put up with lots of stuff. That's the one thing where I go, ooh, no, 4 hours, you don't respect my time, I'm done. I uninstalled it. Me and Steel didn't go back to it. Mav and I, like 4 months ago, 5 months ago, whatever it was, hopped back into Redfall on console because the 60 frames patch was out. We took a Sunday, and Mav and I spent like 5 or 6 hours straight, maybe even more than that, Mav, playing Redfall. And we were having a great time. We came on our shows and told everybody, hey, you want to jump into Redfall? It's playing really good. And with friends, it's a lot of freaking fun because Mav and I were having a great time. Loot was cool. The gameplay really smooth. Gunplay felt good. Like it had its moments where it was really beautiful looking. Mav and I were like, hell yeah, they did a lot of work to this. So Redfall is what it is, but that's Arcane. We also got word that Tango got closed. Now, we'll get into it, but Tango got closed. Obviously, Tango being the only Japanese presence that Xbox has, they inherited it with the ZeniMax purchase. Obviously, most people know this. Tango, obviously, Evil Within 1 and 2. A lot of horror fans love it. Was it the biggest horror franchise ever? Nope, it wasn't, but there was a pretty good fan base for it. Ghostwire Tokyo, I absolutely loved that game. I thought it was freaking fantastic. I don't know why it got hate. I don't know why more people didn't try it, but it did have over 3 million players once it got to Xbox and got on Game Pass. Over 3 million players played that game. I thought it was really creative. For a brand new IP, I was looking forward to the sequel. Really, I put like, again, of course, you know me, the Grazer, I don't beat games, but I put 40, 50 hours into Ghostwire Tokyo. Loved every minute. Thought it was a fantastic new IP that they could build upon with a sequel. Love that game. Hi-Fi Rush. Everybody knows the Hi-Fi Rush story. Critically acclaimed. Shadow dropped at the developer direct last year. Huge praise. Everybody who played it that was into rhythm games, that liked that style of game, loved it. I played the first level. I'm not a rhythm game dude. Even on the easy mode, me still missing beats, even on the easy mode, it frustrates me. But the game itself, I came out and said, yeah, I know why people are praising this game. This game's near flawless. We don't get games, even smaller games these days, come out sometimes with problems. Like this game was flawless. It was gorgeous. The animation was beautiful. Like I was like, yeah, I understand why everybody's loving this game. And I understand why it won awards because it was that good. And then Alpha Dog, makers of Doom. What was it called, Mav? The mobile game?
Mighty
Doom. Mighty Doom. Yep. I never played it. But obviously Alpha Dog, smaller studio. Alpha Dog is one of the ones, like, through this whole thing, I could kind of understand if they were going to make cuts, right? But again, it's still a studio gone. It's still a talented studio gone who a lot of people did like Mighty Mighty Doom. Not that it was the biggest thing ever on mobile, but obviously a good game for mobile. And again, they're trying to expand into mobile, which we'll talk about later too. And then Roundhouse. Roundhouse got folded into obviously ZeniMax Online. The ESO team specifically was stated that they're going to help work on Elder Scrolls Online. Cool, right? Those people all got to keep their jobs. So that all came out this week, yesterday.
With just one thing that I think a lot of people were missing with this, and it's one thing I was thinking about. Roundhouse was originally working on their own game. Because it was announced that they were doing that at the roundtable, the ZeniMax Bethesda. They had a secret project, something they were working on, right?
Yeah.
Along the line, somewhere over the last 3.5 years, whatever they were working on obviously has been scrapped. So,
correct.
Don't know when that happened, but I guess they've been only doing support for Elder Scrolls Online for a while now, and they are now just absorbed into that. For people that don't know, Roundhouse, you may be familiar with the name Human Head Studios.
Correct.
Because the same team. Obviously, people change over time, right? But it's the same core there, and they're the original creators of the original Prey. The Prey 2 that was being developed, that a lot of people were really excited for, that was canceled at that time. Then after that, at some point, they were acquired by ZeniMax Bethesda and became Roundhouse. There's a whole history there, but they were, after the acquisition, started a project, and then that got canned sometime after the Xbox acquisition. Just to add a little bit of clarity about Roundhouse.
Right.
Anyway.
No, it's great. It's great information because I knew you knew more about Roundhouse than even I. I always forget that they were Human Head, but the minute you say it, I'm like, oh, that's right, they did.
Yeah.
But yeah. So all that came out this week. Now, we've obviously had more information added to all of this because obviously this was massive news, right? We've had, and I guess I'll throw this in there before we even, because it's all pertinent to the conversation. So we also got news that, or confirmation, at least from sources, right? Again, take it, if you guys are in that group that absolutely hates sources and says it's not real until somebody officially says it, okay, fine. But I trust the people that are writing this stuff, and I think that this information is correct. Tango had already pitched Hi-Fi Rush 2. And Arcane Austin had pitched going back to their roots and potentially a Dishonored type game, whether that's Dishonored 3 or not. I don't think has been confirmed, but they were pitching a game back in that mold, a single player game, which is what they do best. And so that was also pitched to Microsoft right before, or Xbox before this was before they were closed. So these studios did have roadmaps, according to sources, that they did have plans that I know, again, there's been conflicting information about Tango as far as if Shinji had pulled people from the studio, and that was part of the problem. I've seen people running with some quotes stating that personnel was the problem, that they, for these teams, that they're going to have a hard time beefing up staff. Even if that's the case, I'll just say this up front because I don't think it's a talking point worth going around and around about whatever happened here as far as that goes. I'm going to take it for what other people have been saying. But if that was the case, then I got to laugh that a $3 trillion company like Microsoft, you're going to say couldn't find a way to bring people on board to your studios. There's a lot bigger problems if that's the case. If a $3 trillion company can't offer competing salaries that would make sense for people to jump on board a couple of these studios, I call bullshit on that because all the other studios have been hiring nonstop. So I don't think that was the problem. But again, that is something that's been floated out there. Now, somebody from Tango actually came out on Twitter and said that those rumors about Shinji grabbing people for his new studio or his new project were bullshit. They came out and said this is all completely lies. So, take that for what it is. We also, where do I want to go next? Hold on, I was doing too many things at one time again. Let's see what else is pertinent to this, Mav. We also got word that this isn't the end of this type of moves, that internally Microsoft and Xbox are looking at Xbox Game Studios, that there have been offers placed to certain groups of people at ZeniMax, offers to retire early or to leave the company early, right? They've been offered packages. So the word is on the street. This is from Jason Schreier, from Tom Warren, that this is not the end of this. So these 4 studios are not the end of what is going to happen, which is obviously a cut down at Xbox underneath Microsoft. Anything else I should add to this, map? Anything else you think is pertinent right now?
I mean,
we could go into the booty comments, but I think that we could make that a separate topic as far as the booty comments go.
Because that's kind of like the addressing the teams and stuff, and
It
I don't know. I mean, I know that people are saying about Sarah Bond and the Bloomberg stuff today, but that's also kind of a separate thing.
That's separate deal.
I think we just really focus on what happened.
Okay,
so. We do have a couple super chats if you want to get to those
get them.
Quick.
Grab them.
Let's see. Alvin. Thank you, Alvin. Appreciate you. Says, with a $5 very generous super chat. Says, small fun pop update. Ralph Innocent, Sid from Final Fantasy 16, has been cast as Galactus. Perfect voice, in my opinion. Okay, dude. That's awesome. I will have to go back and listen to the voice. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But it's great to know that, and it's going to be a big time character, I think, for the future of the MCU. So thanks for that. Fun pop update. Geezer Prime with a very generous $5 super chat says fewer devs and fewer studios equals better experiences. So Fallout 5 by 2040, my guitar gently weeps. I appreciate you, Geezer. The whole less with more crowd is. Been making their voices known a little bit here.
They for sure have, and again,
trim the fat is what's been said.
Yeah, bro. This shit. Fuck, man.
You gotta be lean and mean. Again, yes, go green, lean, mean, green fighting machine.
You guys have all. I'll speak for myself here. You guys have all heard me when we've had these conversations that this is big business at the end of the day. Like I can pull myself back right away from things that are going on in the industry, not just this stuff, but when other things have happened and I say, hey, it's big business don't give a fuck about your feelings, never have, never will. And that's why this industry has become as giant as it is, because the money is there and suits are going to suit, man. They do. They don't care. And when they get involved, that's why the thumbnail is what it is, because obviously Mav and I are going to get into here, but we do believe that this is a suit, a money men takeover of control of Xbox's future. And I think it shows through. Now, again, whether that's real or not, we don't know. We'll never know the true story. I don't even think Phil walked away and discussed tomorrow that he would ever tell what really happened in a tell-all book. I don't think he'll ever be that guy. Will we ever know? No, not unless somebody high up out of Xbox or Microsoft comes out and speaks out on this publicly or writes a book about it someday. We'll never know how all this went down.
Or leaks a bunch of information to Jason Schreier.
Or drinks a bunch of information to Jason Schreier, right? But we will, I mean, again, we are going to give our opinion, right? And that's what I see. So I can pull myself back and say that this is all big business. But man, let me tell you something. The way that the clown show is handling this and just easily throwing out trim the fat, it's better for everybody, nonchalantly acting as if they are the suits. Yo,
studios
I can't get
that they
behind
were
that.
propping up before like when we were critical of Redfall, like, oh, you can't be critical of Redfall, like right. all those things, like studios that they were celebrating and how amazing they are and how great it is to have them and all these things.
I
Yeah.
Rush.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What are you talking about? We'll celebrate this high score on Xbox with these reviews, and like it's just so easily just hey,
flip the switch, man. Like I said, it's all bullshit.
Doesn't matter.
And they're all here acting, and this is again.
Yeah, I don't know.
So whatever. I'm not down with that. Right. I'm not down with that. Maybe I am being naive here, but we'll get into it about my thoughts about what should have been done, what was presented, and all that kind of stuff. And the same goes for Mav here, but I'm not down with that. So first things first, obviously for me and Mav, and I'll speak for both of us here, because obviously both of us agree, to all the people affected by this. Again, that's been going on for the industry for over a year now. And it looks like it's going to continue to happen. Listen, I hope all of you, please, all of you, I hope that all of you find landing spots. I hope you all find jobs. I hope you're not out of work for very long. I hope your families are taken care of. I hope Xbox and Microsoft and all their, we're going to help these people in the transition. I hope that's all really happening, because I want nothing best for all of you. Again, as a human being, and again, I've seen people come out of the woodwork, and I've talked about this before. Devs aren't different than the rest of us. This does happen in other industries every single day to normal people. They lose their jobs out of the blue for a variety of reasons. And there is lots of industries who have been hit by the problems that the video game industry is happening to. Devs aren't special in that way. I have criticized the way that some people talk about devs as if they are special in some way, and they don't deserve this, when millions of other people go through this at some point in their lifetime, right? I have talked about that. But as a human being, when this stuff does happen, and because we are in a video game space, that's what we're talking about here, is the video game industry. I hope everybody, I wish them nothing but the best, and I hope they all find landing spots. I hope they all get their families taken care of, and I hope Microsoft and Xbox aren't bullshitting about helping them. I hope they truly get the help, right? Because again, if it was up to me, they'd all still be working. But again, I just want to say that up front. So the human aspect will always be there. Human element will always be there. And it's always recognized here on our shows when this stuff happens. Does that change the conversation? Should it change the conversation? In my opinion, no, it shouldn't. We should still be able to talk about this stuff. But I got to say that up front, because a lot of people think that you dismiss it. And I'm not dismissing it. The people out here shouting, trim the fat, all this kind, they did it to themselves. That's dismissing that part of it. And I'm not willing to go that far, even when I take the big business look at things. I'm not willing to take that look. So obviously, Mav, when this news came out, huge uproar.
Yeah.
Because this does go against, in my opinion, and I heard you talking about on your Mavcast last night. I know you and I are in agreement on this. We were in the DMs, obviously, talking about this a lot. This goes against the vision that Phil had been promoting about what they were doing with these acquisitions, that they were going to be the stewards of creativity, that this was going to be different than other places. He said that multiple times in interviews. He said that during roundtables discussing ZeniMax, that they wanted to grow studios when they acquired them, that they didn't want to chop. Now, do layoffs happen when you make big acquisitions? Yes. There are redundancy issues. There are, unfortunately, people who just aren't needed once a bigger corporation takes over the smaller one. That does happen. And that is unfortunately a part of capitalism, as a part of business when these dealings go through. But outside of that, Phil said in emails that they'd never closed a studio because of not meeting ROI. And that was from 2021, right? 2022, 2021, during the leaks from the ABK acquisition. He stated that we've never closed a studio. They put out, Mav, when they were talking about, they put out that video. Was it during the, oh my God, was it during the documentary on Xbox when they talked about Lionhead?
Yeah.
Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys probably seen that clip resurfacing and yet again. from Power On, the documentary about Xbox. My brain sometimes does work. And they did a whole clip about the studio closure, specifically Lionhead, and what they had learned from closing Lionhead, and how, obviously Phil said this multiple times too in other interviews, it's one of his biggest regrets, that they never wanted to have that happen again. That Lionhead was a mistake, that they wish they still had Lionhead, and it was a decision that was made for the wrong reasons at that time because of where Xbox was at, but it was a massive regret. All the information, all the stuff that Phil's talked about during this whole acquisition season and where he took Xbox from to where it is now. All of that, if you take it at face value, and I know a lot of people didn't, and a lot of people shouted from the rooftops that this was all bad and it was going to end badly. Hey, you guys are all right. You guys looking right, I should say. You guys obviously have some points in your favor now. But all that stuff, if you just took it at face value, that was all the proof that this was the original vision, that they were buying teams not to do these types of moves, but to grow them out. Then you add in the fact that Phil constantly talked about how Game Pass changed the economics for these studios and for Xbox themselves. The Game Pass was there to go ahead and allow for studios to be creative, to not worry about making the next big hit, right? That they could go do passion projects like your Groundeds, right? Like your Hi-Fi Rushes. That you could go make all types of size. They weren't going to have to step in. That they were going to allow creative freedom amongst these studios to go make all types of experiences, both big and small, in all whatever genres they wanted to. That's what Game Pass and the subscription service allowed them to do. And Phil, during all of this time, has never indicated anything different was changing. He never indicated that Game Pass wasn't growing fast enough and that meant that things were going to change. None of that ever came out. Constantly, when he was asked about Game Pass, he just kept talking about that it was profitable. So if you put all this together, that was Phil's vision. What happened yesterday flies in the face of that vision. And I think, and me and Matt both agree, that this is an indicator that Phil isn't necessarily pulling the strings at Xbox anymore. That after the ABK deal, and a lot of people called this correctly, not me, because again, I thought Phil had, I even thought with the ABK deal that Phil's vision was believed in internally enough that they were opening up the checkbook for $70 billion deal, and they were going to allow him to continue to try to bring his vision to fruition. And we said it was an accelerant for evolution. I did not think it was going to evolve this way, right? I didn't see this coming. But obviously the deal was a deal with the devil when they bought the ABK, because what it did do, Xbox now becomes bigger than Windows. That seat at the big boy table that Phil had earned for Xbox, well, his seat moved closer to Satya at the head of the table. And when that happened, the money men show up. Satya takes a little bit closer look at the books, right? You got Amy Hood taking a closer look at the books. You got Tim Stewart taking a closer look at the books. And all of a sudden, they start sounding alarms because short term, that vision isn't about making the most ROI up front. Short term, that doesn't fit in what a $3 trillion company looks for when they're looking at one of their biggest money makers in Xbox now. That doesn't fit their definition of what's good. And obviously that in turn is the shareholders. Also mindset. So suddenly after the ABK deal, I feel those books got opened up. Questions started being asked. Phil's vision, even if correct, Phil's vision, even if consumer friendly, Phil's vision, even if dev friendly, didn't look so hot to them. And I think that Saty included decided to take away the reins from Phil. And that's when you saw and you started hearing the whispers that they were going third party, that they were going to start putting games over there. Because again, go back and listen to all Phil's interviews. Mav replayed the ZeniMax Roundtable last night for everybody. These acquisitions, Phil always said, was about bringing exclusives to people who had Game Pass, wherever that may be. But it was always about bringing exclusives to Game Pass. Now, again, you can say, well, that was all just Corpo speak. That was bullshit. Phil has been bullshitting this whole time. I'm cool with you taking that standpoint. I can't argue against it because nobody knows. But I'm just saying, for those of us that believed in and did believe Phil, what he was talking about, and really saw his vision along with him about what they could do with all these acquisitions, we were right along board. And that, you know, when I first saw this, Mav, I'm not going to lie, I was dismayed because of who the studios were. And you said it last night, Mav, and I've seen people out here, you guys don't get outraged at any other studios being closed like Sony did. Go look at the list of studios. And we talked about that, by the way. You can go back and watch our shows. We talked about those studio closings, right? But if you go back and look at that list of studios outside of Japan Studio, and you would have to be old like me to remember Japan Studio when they were making games for the PS3 that were super dope, Eastern flavored style games. Otherwise, they became a support studio. So you would have to be as old as me to even remember Japan Studio. But I talked about it on shows years ago when Japan Studio was closed. I was like, yo, that's a mistake, Sony. Like, they had a lot of talent and were really creative and made really unique games. But we talked about all those closures. But to your point that you said on Mavcast last night, Mav, of course it's not going to be the same energy for every studio, right? Of course we are going to have preferences to studios who make games that we like. We're also more invested in the Xbox ecosystem than anywhere else. Me personally, I don't even own a PlayStation 5, right? I don't own a PlayStation this generation. So of course these studios are going to hit me a little bit harder because I've said time and time again, Xbox studios make some of my favorite games. They have more games that I like, the more types of games that I like than Sony even comes close to these days. So for me, the investment, it means more. So when I saw Tango and when I saw Arcane, I was like, yo, what? I was like, come on now. I'm like, you guys just got done saying less than a year ago that Arcane Austin was going to be supported, that they were going to be allowed to fix Redfall, and that you guys were going to allow them to get on to what they used to do, maybe move them on to a new project. You guys just said that less than a year ago. Now you're telling me you're shutting them down? We also found out, by the way, folks, that they were in the middle of a gigantic update for Redfall that was supposed to come out during Halloween time with the DLC that was promised, that was actively being worked on. In fact, they were working on it a couple hours before the studio got closed down, that this was going to be a big update to Redfall. That's all thrown away. And then I hear that Tango's gone. And I told you guys, Ghostwire Tokyo, I was looking forward to their second try at that IP. I thought for sure they might get a chance because I thought it was a great new IP and there was so much cool stuff in there. I couldn't imagine what they could do with the sequel. So yeah, it's going to hit me a little bit harder. And even though I didn't care about Hi-Fi Rush because it wasn't my style game, I saw the quality and I was like, John Johannes and those guys over there, they know what they're doing. I can't wait to see what Hi-Fi Rush 2 does for everybody, right? Including Xbox, but all the gamers out here, my friends included, that love that game. I couldn't wait. All of that is gone. All of that opportunity is gone. So for me, it hit hard, man. For me, it hit hard. And I put out a simple post, Mav. I'm going to bring you into this, but I know you talked about this for a couple hours last night.
Yeah.
I'm going to definitely bring you in. But I wanted to get my thoughts out here.
Everything, man. Just let it go. I'm very curious what you're going to say.
So I put out a post on X, right? It's over 400 likes right now, which is big for me. I don't get that much traction on X because I don't post that way, right? I used to post a lot more on X, but I don't post that way. I retweet a lot, but I don't make posts. So for me, that's a lot. 21,000 views. That's huge for me. Like I never see this kind of stuff at all, right? So it got out there. And obviously that's why I was called out on some shows this week. But again, this is the post. And chat, you guys don't agree with this post, that's fine. You don't agree with what I'm saying? That's cool with me. I don't care. Again, none of us are going to know the facts. So we're all just playing on opinions here. But I put out the post that said the studio closures by Xbox today are the final nail for the original vision of Phil. And I tagged him. Had been selling. The money men won as ABK turned out to be the deal with the devil many had predicted. Absolute bullshit. And then I included a screenshot of Phil's quote that said, one thing I won't do is push against creative aspirations of our teams. When a team like Rare wants to go do Sea of Thieves, when a team like Obsidian wants to do Grounded, when Tango wants to do Hi-Fi, when Tango wants to do Hi-Fi, when everyone thought they were probably doing The Evil Within 3, I want to give the teams the creative platform to go and push their ability to push their aspirations. That was the vision that we all talked about here for years. That was the vision that we all absolutely, and I still do to this day, believe that Phil had for what he was building at Xbox. I do believe that.
That's what he said, right?
That's what he said, and I believe it, and it was consistent. And we saw it in action, Math.
Yep.
Pentiment was made by Josh Sawyer. Grounded was made. Josh Sawyer's a great development guy, okay? He's well known. He's a great development guy. They let him take himself and a small team and go make Pentiment that they knew internally had no shot at ever being a huge seller for the type of game it was. But they let him go do it. So the proof was in the pudding that Phil meant what he was saying all of these years as they acquired this talent and these studios. So yes, I bought into it. I promoted it on our shows. I talked about it when there was criticism of the acquisitions. What were we talking about, Mav? Well, we always talked about, hey, are you guys not seeing what they're doing? They're allowing their teams to go make great games that they want to make. Sure, it's not going to be a hit for everybody, but that's cool. That's what Game Pass does. We sat here and said, listen, look at how they're growing all these teams. You can't say that about all these other places that acquire studios. They're growing out these teams. None of you ever give credit to the fact that they grew out every single team that they acquired. We used to talk about this constantly, about all the benefits, all the same benefits that Phil were
this year when everybody's been doom and glooming Xbox.
Absolutely. We've been here.
The whole time, this entire year, when everybody's been trying to say, the show's over, folks. Everything's going multi-plat. Xbox is going to cease to exist. All this other kind of stuff. We've been sitting here talking about how much shit there's going to be able to play. It's all coming to Game Pass. How great all these studios are. Everything. They're still growing. They're still looking at things. They're still possibly going to do acquisitions in the future. All this stuff. And everything is great. And like anybody who's like just ready to jump ship because they put a few games on other platforms are just jumping out. When we're about to have a buffet, and I still feel that way.
Correct.
Right? But I can't look at this and see that two studios that have I'm saying two because I'm not thinking about Alpha Dog and Roundhouse, okay? And Roundhouse situation maybe kind of didn't change, it just lost their name, whatever. I don't know. I don't care about Alpha Dog. You know, I feel bad for the developers that lost their jobs, obviously, right? But like, I'm thinking of me as a gamer and what we could possibly get in the future, and the stable and the idea of what they were building, right? And that's what is fractured a little bit is that idea and the ability for other things that these teams could create and build upon, and like that is what has been damaged here, and that's what deserves the criticism. Like, and that's why we speak out, because actually we feel this way. And I think it's like interesting how studios and everything that people were so happy to be a part of what they love.
Yeah.
And are excited about, talking about, looking forward to the things, talking about how awesome it could be to get a Hi-Fi Rush 2 and all these things, and how great of a product that is for Xbox and all these things, to now, oh, it wasn't a success, so, you know, like, it doesn't matter. But, like, was it not a success? Because, like, to them, they said it was, like, but it's just so, no, well, it's business. Everybody does it. It's just business. Like, now, and I get that. Right?
That's
true. 100%. But that's what the conversation is. Beforehand, Xbox was growing despite of it. Despite of that. And when they were smaller, and despite, even if it didn't make as much sense, they were committed and investing into the business and growing Xbox and spending all these money on acquisitions with the promise of this vision to create this moat of something different that is going to be kind of self-insulated, that's going to have all these games for all of us going into Game Pass and all these things. And we fucking believed in that so much.
Absolutely.
And
it's beautiful.
It is. It's such an amazing thing. And Game Pass was a sustaining factor to actually help make this exist. Right? All was an encompassing, sustaining growth bubble within itself that self-protect if they treat it properly and they treat it right. Right? And what's worse, Pong, is even the financials in recent financials even have proved the fact that it was working still, even despite not having a game in the last several months. The financials have proven that it has actually helped secure the stability even when console and hardware sales have been down. The idea around it, even if it hadn't have as much growth as they had wanted to originally because of all the dry spells and stuff, has still sustained the profitability and revenues and profits and all these things within that division, the content and services and everything with the games. And it's working. The issue now, you have different people looking at it with different ideas.
Not good enough.
And they don't have vision. They don't care about all that shit that Phil said. They don't even probably know what Phil said, but they have
I'm sure they do.
They have more control over these decisions now because a bigger focus is on it, and that is the point that we're trying to make. Is that what I said when I made my tweet that people have an issue with, because you're not allowed to tag Phil apparently. I guess that's a thing. That's a thing. I guess, like, how dare you tag him? I don't fucking. I tag people when I mention them. I like, okay, whatever. Anyway, so I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
At this time, not in general. I think Phil Spencer is the greatest thing to ever happen to Xbox. Okay.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm disappointed in Phil Spencer and Satya Nadella for allowing this to happen.
Correct.
Right. And I do think beforehand when Phil was able to convince them to invest and all that kind of stuff, you know, it was obviously a lot smaller at that time. But he wasn't able to win this battle this time. And I don't think it was his. If people are saying, well, it's his decision to do this. Well, maybe like it's a forced decision. I don't know. He probably had to make decisions on who to let go or who to cut or how they're going to do it. You know, but that was kind of put upon them. But I am disappointed that they weren't able to win this battle for that vision, to sustain it for the long term in spite of short-term gains. Because this move is a detriment to a lot of different things within that idea that they've been building, right? And that's the biggest issue, because now the other devs, how are they going to feel, right? Obviously not very happy. You saw Dinga's response on Twitter, right? You have
Obsidian. One of the Obsidian guys put it out and said, "Why do I still do this?" Yeah,
I mean, you have the sentiment going on within them. You see the reasonings that's being put out from people in the more in the know about why this has potentially happened, and some of it's because, well, they're the last ones to put out their games, and the next thing was going to be so far away that they just ultimately, like,
that's how games are fucking made.
Yes, exactly. So that's my point. So reason is they weren't going to get it. They just put their games out and they weren't really going to get a return on them for a long time. So, hey, bye. You're the ones we're going to cut because it's going to take the longest for us to get another return from you. Right. And their games obviously aren't games of service.
Right.
Right. So they're not making recurring revenue to help sustain themselves until they put out their next product. And they just said, well, we're going to trim the fat, as so many of you guys like to use the terminology of, and we're going to get lean and mean now. And so what? We have so much more now because we got ABK. We don't need it. I'm just not all about like that idea because it flies in the face of everything that we've been told before. So anyway, you're on mute, Pong. It looks like
we loved Phil's
awesome.
vision. Yeah, I don't. No. I agree. Because we loved Phil's vision, and Phil's vision we thought was the right way to go.
Yep.
And Microsoft, being the corp, with as much money and power as it has, had the ability to see that vision through, where most 99% of the other corporations out there could never do it. And so we thought when Phil was in charge and Phil had laid this all out and brought Xbox to the big boy table, had his seat secured, made Xbox something so profitable that Microsoft Corp puts the Windows team underneath Xbox now, that Phil was in charge completely. And that that Microsoft was on board with this vision, understanding that was it going to be the biggest ROI ever? No. Would it see some bumps along the way? Absolutely. Where maybe the numbers certainly wouldn't hit what their shareholders were demanding. But Microsoft, $3 trillion, one of the corporations that could do that. And that's why they could go out and make acquisitions that nobody else could. And that was what the other side was complaining about all the damn time. The people, just Microsoft could take these losses and that's unfair. That's not really competition. Bullshit, that is. So when we thought all of that, and people always bring up, well, EA does this, Take-Two does. I expect EA to be assholes, right? We have a history of EA being assholes. We have a history of Take-Two being assholes and making cuts because it's the bottom line, even when they're promoting record-breaking profits all the damn time. We expect it from those companies. Phil was trying to do something different. Again, create more of a safe haven for the developers. Actually, which a lot of people try to promote when they make acquisitions, but then they wind up doing the opposite anyways. Phil was trying to be the one company that went out and made acquisitions and actually saved the creative talent, that saved some of these studios. Again, Arcane was on the chopping block underneath ZeniMax. Their games were critical successes, but they didn't have the big sales numbers. We heard multiple people from those companies confirm that they were probably going to be done and closed and shuttered underneath ZeniMax. And it was different for Phil when they walked in and made these acquisitions because Phil had a plan. And that Microsoft as the parent corp, obviously, we figured was on board with all of it and knew that it wouldn't be perfect, that this was going to take a lot longer to fulfill at the end of the day, but that they were on board and they would continue to support this. So when people say, what do you expect them to do? Great, they made good games that you enjoyed, but obviously they weren't profitable. So yeah, of course, any other place would have cut them. So why can't Xbox cut them? Why do you guys criticize Xbox? Do you just want Xbox to pony up for these companies and to keep them afloat? Yes. I say it again, yes. I think both Arcane Austin and Tango deserved another round of games. Both sets of their games came out and were being made prior to the acquisition. Neither one of them had a chance to make a game while they were fully acquired by Microsoft and Xbox. So yes, do I think that Microsoft should have sucked it up and said, well, you know what? Hi-Fi Rush, critical success. Great. You guys, definitely, we want you making another one because that's what we've been looking for this entire time is games, high quality games that are award winners at the end of the year, building on new IP, had characters mapped that they could have capitalized on but never did. Yes, we think that you deserve another one. And the other team that's there, listen, without Shinji, can you do another Evil Within? maybe that's not possible, but you had Ghostwire Tokyo, which was pretty damn cool. Millions of people did play that game, actually. Maybe we promote you for a second one there, or maybe do you guys have any other new ideas? Yes. Okay, cool. We're going to keep you around, let you guys do your thing, and we'll see how it goes from there. Arcane Austin, you guys were forced in by your old ownership to do a games as a service. You lost 70%, upwards of 70% of your original talent. You guys hired in all these new people. You did a great job bringing in new people. Redfall wasn't the game it should have been. We all know this. You guys are fixing it, though. It just wasn't the game. But you know what? That was partly on us, as we admitted to. So guess what? You guys go back to doing what you're going. Oh, you got a game like Dishonored in the works? Oh, you think you could put together? Hey, that's your forte. That is your specialty. Go do that. Let's see how this one turns out. Go ahead and do that. Did I expect Microsoft to do that? Absolutely 1,000%. 1,000% I did, because of how Phil originally described his vision all these years and what they had already shown they're going to doing. And to your point, Mavin, this was a point I was going to make. The problem being, and this problem where it disturbs me the most, is that this puts every studio in question from here on out. And I don't like that, because that is very EA-like. That is very Take-Two-like. And Brad Sams had a great video today. I suggest everybody go listen to Brad Sams. Brad Sams broke it down with his opinion on what's happening internally at Xbox and Microsoft and what decisions are being made. And his belief is, and Brad Sams has been covering Microsoft and Xbox for a very long time, so he's got an idea of how things kind of play out. He does believe that Microsoft is now making the decisions and that the money people are in charge, and they are now looking at each individual studio as its own business entity. And to Microsoft, those business entities have to produce ROI at the end of the day. It's not a collective underneath Xbox anymore, that every single studio is now independent, and they all have to prove that they are worthy to exist for Microsoft, a $3 trillion company.
It flies in the face of the Game Pass model is the problem.
Correct. So it puts in question every single studio. Women's of Avowed doesn't hit for Obsidian. No. They have Grounded, which is a bonus.
I would hope that they would be safe, but they're a
I would
studio,
hope.
so they're
I
probably,
would hope. But do they get down?
Grounded? I think helps them.
Grounded does help them, just like that's why Rare I think still exists, because of Sea of Thieves. If Sea of Thieves didn't exist, Rare would have been gone. I believe that completely. But that puts a short leash. So now for me, where I thought that all these acquisitions that they were making was going to open up more opportunities. Phil talked about going back to old IP, experiment. Hey, if a team wants to work on an old IP like Banjo-Kazooie, which might not be the biggest thing, we might look at that and allow them to go do that. Phil was out here promoting Hexen to come back. Hexen is by no means a big IP. If some studio says, hey, Phil, we'll do Hexen for you, and all of a sudden Hexen comes out and does what probably Hexen would do, maybe 1 million sold, maybe 500,000 sold, all of a sudden they're on the chopping block now. Do you think any studio is going to stand up and say, we'll do that? No, it impacts the studios now, because as Mav pointed out, we've had multiple people from within Xbox come out and speak publicly. We've also had investigations and reporters doing their job and asking people, and people are saying it's not good within the Xbox umbrella right now for these studios. These studios are certainly questioning what is going on, because they were told that Game Pass was the covering factor. They were never given direct goals. But now if you all of a sudden changed all those rules, and now you say you have to have ROI, but your game's still going to go into Game Pass day one, which again, of course, we pay for the service. That was supposed to be the floater, right? That was supposed to raise you up and say, hey, man, even if you don't sell a whole lot, Game Pass has got you covered because we got all these subscriptions. That's a part of the whole kind of numbers game. But now you're looked at as an individual studio. Your game goes into Game Pass day one. It's not a giant IP. All of a sudden, those sales aren't there because, of course, it's in Game Pass. People play through Game Pass. We were told for years and years, that's cool with us. Play your games through Game Pass. That's why we created this thing. You don't have to go buy the games. We're cool. Just play them in Game Pass. Subscribe. That's what we want. But now the studio's got to worry about that bottom line. And they could be next on the chopping block because now it's a whole new game within Xbox and underneath Microsoft, and the numbers people are in charge and they're looking over all those digits. So to me, this impacts not only me as a gamer, right? But it impacts the studios that I love, right? It impacts obviously, we can talk about all the time that you got a job and you got to go do your job, right? But when you're in an atmosphere where you don't feel like you understand what the rules are, when you don't understand exactly what could happen the next day because this came out of the blue for these two studios. You saw Johannes was on vacation. Yeah. He said that on X. He got notified basically by finding out through an email. Mm-hmm. Yo, that brings down morale. That brings down, and again, in a creative industry, that's where it is a little different because the creative process is a lot of emotion. Yes, we all have to do this. Work is work. We all have emotions wrapped up in work, and obviously it sucks no matter where you are, what kind of job you have. If your morale is shit, it sucks. But in the creative process, even worse, especially in this industry after what we've seen happening because of many, many different factors. These people are now worried constantly about their jobs and about what happens if their game doesn't hit. I'm sure the Obsidian team is sweating balls right now because Avowed didn't get the greatest reception from the masses. I loved it. I can't wait to freaking play Avowed. But now the rules have suddenly changed. They're no longer got a safety net underneath them, according to Microsoft with Game Pass. Now you got Matt Booty saying, oh, once again, we're restructuring the organization to make sure that we focus on our high-profile IP. Well, that goes against everything that Phil's been saying for freaking years. That contradicts everything. Yes, the high-profile IP was going to be there, but we were going to allow our teams to go make what they wanted to make. But Bethesda was still going to make Elder Scrolls and Fallout and Starfield, right? You're going to have that. But the other teams, hey, we'll go make a project, go make a project. Now that's all gone. That's all been erased in a matter of days. So for me, that's where the frustration comes in because I saw Phil's vision. I believed in Phil's vision. And I promoted Phil's vision in all of our shows. Whenever we talked about Xbox, whenever there was some controversy, like Mav said, like, yeah, we criticized when necessary, called them out to the mat when necessary. But other times when other people were saying Xbox was dead and gone, we were out here going, fuck no, of course not. And I'm not here today to say that. And I'm still excited for the showcase in June because they got freaking games. They still have freaking games freaking coming out of their freaking asses right now. They have so much to show us. It's not even funny. But at the same time, when I saw this news, it hit me because I'm like, whoa, we're not doing that vision anymore. What does this mean for everything? This is a domino effect down the line. What does this mean for Game Pass? Now we have questions, Mav, and we could talk about that a little bit too. We have questions. There's people saying that Call of Duty, why there hasn't been any announcements, why we had this big delay with the ABK titles and all that kind of stuff. It's because internal discussions are going on whether or not they can afford to put it in Game Pass, even though it was promised to us. So what does that mean if they start backtracking on the promises to Game Pass? What does that mean for the future of Game Pass? We're talking about maybe possibly raising the prices of Game Pass. Okay. Again, the domino effect. Where are you guys going? Does anybody know, since you didn't like Phil's vision, now the money people are involved, since that vision wasn't going to work for you, Microsoft, what vision do you have in place? Going full third party right out the gates? Are you just working your way towards that? Are you going to try to continue to push Game Pass? Or are you going to let that die off because, well, it ain't really profitable for us anymore, or at least not profitable the way that we want it to be profitable, and we'd be better off selling Call of Duty straight out, selling Starfield straight out, and so Game Pass just really isn't part of that anymore. We're going to go traditional model. Where are you at with this? And we don't have any of those answers, and we probably won't know for a while here. But that's where the frustration comes in for me as somebody who's followed this company. But Mav, you said a ton of this on Mavcast last night, obviously. You were outspoken, obviously, on X. You talked about your own post with the frustration and disappointment in the higher ups at Xbox allowing this to happen. Now you had a day to kind of settle this down. You got through the Mavcast, got kind of some of that initial stuff out. Where are you at with this? What do you think? Is there anything new that's popped in your head about this situation? We have learned some new things too, some bits and pieces here about stuff going on. What do you think this means for Xbox? Obviously, you've already stated you don't think they're dead, just like me. They're not dead. Xbox is going to exist for a long time. But what do you think for the future here, man?
I think there's just going to be more doubt and questions going forward in general. And that's what was mainly tarnished with this, right? Like, I see a lot of the chat and I see a lot of people saying this kind of stuff. Like, it's just business. It's just business, yeah, duh. Yeah, we know that, right? But like for me, it's
so is going full third party, folks. Then I don't want you here bitching and complaining and saying, "Oh, Xbox is dead because they're going full third party." It's just business. Then it's big business. Big business. They make more money in software. Hardware never makes money unless you're Nintendo.
So many people sound like the cutthroat money guys that are on the board for Microsoft and not gamers.
I'm cool with it, but don't bitch.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. We talk about the industry stuff all the time, but it's like it's just weird. I think the main thing is like just the weird sentiment going on around the discourse with the community. Again, it's been weird all year, right? One thing that people keep saying is that how the Xbox channels sound like pony channels now and stuff like that. And it's like, I want to ask yourself this: who sounds more like a PlayStation only fan, right? Who sounds more like a PlayStation only fan? Somebody who's willing to criticize the company that they actually supposedly love because they love it and they actually enjoy it and they play it and they're willing to be critical of it, or somebody that's going to excuse and say it's just business? Who sounds more like a PlayStation guy? Tell me that. The person who's excused every shitty move that PlayStation's done over the last several years. Who sounds more like a PlayStation guy? Is it the person that's going to always defend everything they always fucking do? Because that's what they do, right?
Two sides of the same coin, Mav.
That's what they fucking do. That's what they always do. And that's what so many people here have been doing regarding this, and then calling anybody that says that closing actual good studios is bad, saying that they sound like PlayStation guys. If you want to say that criticizing Xbox sounds like a PlayStation guy, there's going to be certain fucking times that over the course of Xbox's history, they do something fucking bad that deserves some criticism. And it doesn't mean that you think the entire fucking thing is going to end up in the shitter, that you think everybody there should be fired and all this kind of stuff. It means that we think they made a fucking dumbass decision and it flies in the face of everything that they've been saying, and it raises new questions now. And I don't think anybody can actually disagree with that. There's more questions today than there was a week ago about what state is going on inside Xbox and who's making the decisions. And what determines what causes a studio to get shut down or not. Because these are studios that we've been celebrating for years. Yeah, when Redfall struggled at the gate, we said that was bad. We said you should have launched in a better state. We called that out. But then we also said, you know what's best about Microsoft? You know what's best about Xbox? What's best about what they do is they continue to support their fucking games and they make them better over time. And we said that we believe Redfall will become a good game. And after they had the 60 frames update, we played that shit and we had a fucking blast. And we said, hey, guess what? We think today Redfall, I can consider it a good game. And I think it's going to get better and better and better because guess what? That's what Xbox does. That's what Microsoft does. That's what they keep doing. They support their shit. But not this time. They fucking closed the studio. They couldn't even finish their update. I say that's a bad thing. That's not good. We criticize PlayStation when they have a shitty game and they have something that never comes out, but we're not allowed to do it with something that we actually care more about, that we're actually more looking forward to. If you consider yourself an Xbox gamer, a subscriber into Game Pass, and now it's even crazier. Now I see all the conversation again, just like happened before. How do we save Xbox from themselves? Oh, let's not put as many games into Game Pass. I see these same people that have been advocating and wanting so much from Xbox and celebrating the amazing value that we get, actually saying we should get less now, so that way the money guys have to make less cutthroat decisions. How about they actually just do what they had originally been building for a long time and that they're more stable and able to do now than ever before? Instead of looking at this over concern over the current state of projections of 1 or 2 percentage points over the course of the next couple years, as opposed to the long-term vision about what could possibly be if they stick to their fucking guns.
Yep.
And if they did that, and if they actually stick to their fucking guns and actually fulfill the vision that Phil has and has had for years, I think it's in a much better place. But shutting down Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin is not fitting with that vision. I played that last night on Mapcast. I played that ZeniMax Bethesda roundtable again to hear what the developers themselves had to say that were about to be shut down 3.5 years later. I wanted to see what Phil was saying, and Aaron Greenberg, and I can't remember, it was Sarah Bond. I can't remember who all was there when I was watching it back. Maybe Matt Booty. Pete Hines was even there, Todd Howard, all these people. They're sitting down talking about all this, how amazing it's going to be for the future of ZeniMax Bethesda and Xbox and what they're going to deliver. How Arcane Austin, Harvey Smith stood up there and he sat down and said he trusts Xbox like he trusted ZeniMax Bethesda with this acquisition. And with the creative choices, how they're going to be able to do the things that they want to do. And how excited they were. So I saw Tango Gameworks, I saw Shinji Mikami talk about the same thing for this studio and empowering the young creators and be able to fulfill their vision, and how it's been such a great thing with ZeniMax Bethesda and how it's going to be the same thing going forward with Xbox. We heard Phil sit down and say the same thing, that he loves that sentiment from these studios, that he wants to support and grow and create and have creative freedom with these studios and create that place for them to be able to fulfill their visions. The second that they talked about ABK and acquiring ABK, Phil Spencer talked about his thing he wanted to do is go around to all the studios and talk to them and see what they want to make. What is their vision? What kind of games do they want to do? Now, all of a sudden, we have the opposite sentiment, even from the community and Xbox. And a lot of people are saying, oh, they gotta prove themselves, right? It's this money, it's this business, right? If they ain't making it, it's good riddance. We're trimming the fat. That flies in the face of everything that has been about with Xbox over the last 5 years. So do you want them to be ABK? Do you want them to be EA? You want them to be Take-Two? I don't. That's not what this has been about. It's been about something different. And now we have to look at this and we actually have to question it. It's Microsoft, or is it Phil and the vision of the original Xbox that he's trying to build? And right now, I think there's a battle between the two, and it seems like Microsoft is winning. It seems like Microsoft is winning, because if they weren't, then Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin would still be there. And they'd be green-lighting their projects that, yes, they may be 4 or 5 years away, but we would have another game to look forward to from those studios in the future. That is what the vision would have been, could have been. Not anymore. They don't even have a chance to exist now. They don't have a second chance. They don't even have a real first chance with Xbox. They even have an original game get launched and kicked off with Xbox. Everything that they had, like Pong said, was already being worked on when they were acquired. It's a chicken shit move. It's a money move. It's a for now move as opposed to long-term move. And they bought these studios for the long term. They talked about it. They talked about needing these studios to have great games to bring to Xbox gamers. They only cared about the ones they were just working on. They were just done after that. I don't buy that shit. And I'm not going to go and when they serve me a pile of shit in front of me and put it on my plate and say, hey, you know what? It's just business. Hey, like everything, this is for the betterment of our future. We saw their financials. They didn't have to do this. When they put that on my plate and have a nice juicy turd there, I'm not going to sprinkle sugar on it and try and pretend like it fucking tastes good. Right? And I see so many people right now acting like that and saying that anybody that knows that shit is a fucking fake, is a pony, is whatever. And I just ain't about that shit. And if you call me fake, fuck you. I don't care. There is nothing fake about anybody on this fucking channel. There's nothing fake about any time we feel about anything that we've ever fucking said. Whether it's 30 frames, issues, options, anytime we criticize anything, this shit happens, right? And if you think we're fucking fake, fuck you. I don't really care. You're gone. It don't matter to me. Because if you think I'm fake, you got fucking delusion issues, bro.
Yeah.
And you don't ever fucking listen to anything we say anyway.
Nope.
But this shit matters because this is fucking games. This is what it's supposed to be about. These are the people that are making the games for the company that we talk about the most, that we supposedly care about, right? And the subscription service that we all say is the best, that we all say we love. So we're going to act like it doesn't fucking matter when they actually close the studios and are making the fucking games for the subscription service, for the platform that we actually say we love? No, we're just going to act like it doesn't fucking matter. It's just business. That's how I feel.
Yep. I'm never going to celebrate the loss of talent. Ever.
Trim the
make
fat,
games that I enjoy. Again, if you've got a different opinion, that's fine. If you just want to say that Xbox is playing some 4D chess and you believe that this was the master plan all along, hey, that's your right to believe that. I'm calling bullshit. Again, I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling that Phil, this is not, if you ask Phil straight up, this was his plan or not, he would tell you no. Obviously. This was not his plan. The plan was to have enough studios to constantly deliver and feed content on a consistent basis to Game Pass. That was the plan. That was the moat. And then sprinkle in third-party deals to cover the open slots. That was the ultimate plan. That's why they went out and made all these acquisitions. And that meant keeping all the studios because you need all different size games in there. That's what it is. That was always the vision. That's what we talked about all the damn time. This is not it. And again, if you're happy these studios are closed, if you didn't like Tango, if you didn't like Arcane Austin, if you blamed them for Redfall, all that kind of stuff, that's your prerogative. But again, us saying we don't want studios to be closed underneath Xbox, we want Microsoft footing the bill to let these studios go create some more, and you say that is somehow turncoat behavior, bro, I think you guys got it backwards. Because no, we are saying we want more of that content coming from Xbox of all different genres.
Less is more,
and we want the creative freedom. Right. And again, you want to talk big business? I can take myself back. You want to know what the silver lining is, all this? There is a silver lining for me personally if I take a big step back and I look at the big business side from what Booty's quotes were. If they are going to focus on the money-making IP coming out of Bethesda, guess what that means? There is potential that I get more Elder Scrolls. There is potential I get more Fallout. There is potential that I get more Starfield. There is potential that they focus and put those resources and build teams out to make more than one game at a time from Bethesda proper, underneath Todd Howard. So there is a silver lining if I want to take that approach, right? And ultimately that might be what happens. But am I still going to say I would rather have Tango closed and Arcane Austin closed and not get a potential another Dishonored or a Dishonored-like game, or potentially get something cool out of the East from Tango Gameworks that I enjoy? No, because I'm not that type of gamer. If you're not that gamer who likes to try those types of games, if you're not that gamer who enjoys those types of smaller experiences or double A experiences, and you need that high level triple A all the damn time, I can't argue with you. That's your prerogative. I know who I am as a gamer. The more games, the merrier, is how I look at it, of all different sizes, of all different types. So no, I can't sit back and clap for losing talent like this, when that was the ultimate goal, was to get so much talent that they could have a constant stream of new games coming into Game Pass for us as gamers. I can't sit back and say this is great. I'm not going to sit back and say this is great, because I'd be lying. It's not great in my opinion. But again, for all of those, and again, this happens all the time. The one-dimensional people out there, get this through your head. This is not doom and gloom, because Xbox isn't going anywhere. Xbox is still the biggest publisher in the world, potentially right now, of gaming. They still have more games coming that I want to play than any other one publisher out there in the entire world. Xbox is not dead. They're still going to come out with new hardware. In fact, I am cheering on the fact that they are coming out with new hardware, because I do believe it's going to be the enthusiast hardware. Yeah. So when they drop that enthusiast hardware, if that comes to pass, and they drop a Steam machine type device for your home, but they're going to charge you $800, $700. I want to hear no bitching about all you people who claim you are ride or die Xbox and everybody else is fake fans. You better see you guys first in line picking up 1, 2, or 3 of those things and praising the hell out of it. I don't want to hear about, it's too expensive. Oh, I might as well go buy a PC. Because guess what? I'm excited for that, even though I have a PC, even though I have a Series X. I'm excited for the next round. I've talked about that. I'm excited for that hardware if they're going to go that route. I think it would be dope as hell. And I will go buy it. Again, not stopping buying Xbox games. I'm not going to cancel my Game Pass subscription. None of that shit. That's not what this is about. I don't have to agree with the direction.
We have to boycott Xbox now.
Yeah, I don't have to agree with the big business. Oh, to show? Oh,
yeah, because we gotta, we gotta stand behind what we say. We gotta boycott Xbox because we're critical
because that's not what it's about.
Studios.
But that's not ever a point that we ever even made.
I know.
Like I said, the day that Xbox stopped making games that I enjoy, the day that Xbox pulls all the benefits from their ecosystem and makes a ridiculous, stupid mistake, right? And makes it not beneficial to me as a gamer, that will be the day I stop supporting Xbox. But until that day, and I don't think it's coming anytime soon, I might not Xbox. But again, it's about me. For those of you that don't understand, this is about me. I'm the gamer. I'm the consumer. I decide where I go. I decide where I play, and I decide how I spend my money. Pure and simple. No company owns me. And that's never going to change.
Yeah. People ask me where the line is, and I was like, "This is like, what is the line?
What is the line?"
Yeah, I
don't understand.
We were playing at least I was last generation when they had like fucking 5 studios. My line is obviously below that, right?
Right. As long as they're making games I enjoy, I'm still going to come play them.
Exactly.
I don't give a shit. I don't care who makes them. I don't care who makes them. Xbox just so happens to own some of my favorite freaking studios right now in Bethesda and Obsidian. And you could even throw in an Exile. You could throw in a Coalition. You can throw in, Playground Games. You could throw in all these studios that I really freaking love. Oh, let's throw in World's Edge. I love what Xbox has underneath their umbrella. Unless they fold up all those studios, unless they go to making all Fortnite Battle Royales or some freaking All Souls games, I'm in. I'm not leaving. Yep. I'm not leaving. But again, why the fact is that we come out and say, I don't like the direction that I think Xbox is going in. If Microsoft has taken over control and they have thrown Phil's vision to the side and said, that ain't good enough for us anymore, that we are going to do something different, which means short-term profits, and we're going to close studios down and only the profitable ones will make it. I am not about that. And that's all I'm saying. For me
we got to look at, so there's a couple realities that could be.
I'll be right back.
Yep. One is there's a possibility, right? If we're talking about what happened, Microsoft is more in control, right? Phil Spencer has less control. Microsoft is making more of the decisions. That's what me and Pong are saying is the most likely scenario here, and that may or may not lead to great things. Right now, if shutting down studios isn't the positive thing, as it flies in the face of what Phil Spencer said before. Okay, so second possibility is that it was Phil's idea, and that, yeah, you guys are, I see some of you in the chat, like, Phil's like, hey, finally he's cutthroat, and he's holding these studios accountable, and he's just going to get rid of the things and trim the fat and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so if that's the reality, then I got to ask you this. Is everybody else right in the past when they said Phil was just a flat-faced liar? Is that what you're saying? Because that flies in the face of everything Phil said before. So either you are willing to concede one of these two things. Either Microsoft is more in control, or Phil Spencer is a liar. Neither one to me is a good thing. But what I believe is that Microsoft is more in control. Because that just makes the most damn sense. And that's also what's being reported. So I got to tell you, that's not necessarily a great thing when the Xbox loses potentially some of the soul of what has created it and lost it to the bigger, badder Microsoft that is going to make more cutthroat decisions in the face of what the original idea of what they were building. That's the questions that are open now that weren't there before. And I think ABK has led to this, obviously. And part of the industry trends and everything that's going on with the economy, with the games economy, I'll say, like, in that section itself, right? Industry growth and projections. And so far, wrong projections. Been proven to be wrong, at least according to Matt Piscatella, with what they had expected this year for industry decline, right?
Yep.
That led to a lot of these layoffs. Right. Instead, there's actually been slight growth in the industry. But yeah, a lot of the moves that they make are for projections and trying to make sure they're the most profitable company going forward. Xbox, they keep saying, is to make sure they're the strongest they can be going forward. My thing is, I don't see shutting down studios that are capable of making games for us in the future as stronger, because I'm a gamer. I'm not a cutthroat money guy sitting in a board making these decisions, right?
I can take that approach. We talked about that approach.
We could, and I can still make the case. There's an argument to be made, and I would hope that Phil was there trying to make that argument in that for that case, right? That's what I hope.
But I can also say then that's exactly why they are going full third party, and you should expect it sooner than later, because big business, that's all that matters. And maybe they cancel their hardware plans and just focus on software and become the software company that they're very good at doing and just go that route. I could sit here and say that, right? That's not a problem. I could take a step back and do that shit. But that's not what I want. That's not what I'm looking forward to. And again, for all the people out here that don't understand that we can have this kind of conversation and still be fans, show up on June 9th when we're all giddy little kids for the showcase. Show up here. We're going to be co-streaming it. Still going to be giddy as hell for what they could show. I'm still freaking out of my mind excited that the potential that we're going to get a tease for Gears 6 and the Phoenix Collection. And I don't care if they announce the Phoenix Collection as multi-plat on their own stage. I don't give a shit. I'm still excited that that potential is there. And for all the stuff that we talked about that they have possibly to show us, and I still think this is going to be the biggest showcase they've ever had, I will still be excited that day. Why? Because I don't hate Xbox. I don't have to agree with what they do, their decisions. I don't have to agree with the direction, but I'm still excited for the future of games. Because at the end of the day, I'm a gamer. And I know Xbox has still, even with these cuts, has one of the biggest collections of talent anywhere in the industry right now.
Yeah.
And they are making some of my most favorite games. And if you don't think I'm not going to be out here rooting the hell and sharing the hell out of In Exile's new game, Clockwork Revolution, when it shows up, now that I have to be worried that potentially In Exile's going way out of their norm and creating a whole new IP and from a first-person RPG perspective, which they haven't done before, I need that game to be freaking highly successful because I'm going to be scared that they might close In Exile. And I will be pissed. Right? So, but it's not going to change my attitude. I can have this conversation here with Mav tonight. I can criticize what I see as a change in philosophy, a massive change in philosophy from what Phil's philosophy was when he originally started this comeback tour. I can criticize that. I can sit here and say, I think the money men in charge over at Microsoft, and I don't like what they're doing right now, but I could still be excited for their future because, again, Xbox ain't going nowhere, in my opinion. They may change. They may evolve. It might not be the company that we thought it was, but are they still bringing me games I enjoy or I'm looking forward to? 1,000% more than I could ever expect out of one company. And I don't know why you people think that that can't happen, that the same person can't have those different emotions about this. Maybe, again, 1D people are incapable of it, but I am not at this point in my life in any way, shape, or form. I can hold those opinions at the same time. I
understand that. Like, there's people that have that, like, if they're sports fans of like a sports team, do they never like criticize their own team?
Bro,
like,
I was going to bring this up, Mav. The sports conversation is always funny to me.
Right.
You got super fans in sports, right? Die long lifetime.
Dude, I went 15 years without missing a fucking Mavericks game, bro.
Right. Go to the sports communities, and I'm sure many of you are a part of the sports communities, right? You have super fans there, and you have the same two sections of sports fans. When they're super fans and they're diehard lifers, you will have those diehard lifers on here, on social media, wherever, that never criticize their team, right? That never criticize their team, but it's a much smaller percentage than we have in this community about video games. Because you have a large percentage of super fans, diehard lifers that attack their team on a consistent, regular basis, criticizing every freaking move, calling for head coaches to be fired, calling for GMs to be fired, calling for new ownership to come in and save us constantly. And they are the vast majority of super fans, at least that are vocal. And they're always, get them. Yeah, that's right. Now, do they always agree on the same criticisms? Do they always agree on the same opinions? No. Is there internal battles amongst super fans of the same teams? Absolutely. Of course there is. But it's never in question when they criticize whether or not they're a fan. It's never called out, oh, you're not a real fan because you're out here saying the head coach sucks or the GM sucks or the ownership sucks or that player sucks or that call was terrible. You're never called into question. That's just a part of being a super fan, a diehard fan.
I hate
but
that
all of a sudden, the video game
space. Why did we get that? You know, we don't need that.
Who's making these calls? Like, that's never called a question. But for some reason, the video game industry, it is. For some reason, in the video industry, you got to be the guy or gal who never says one peep about anything the company ever does. And if you ever dare say, "Oh, I don't like this," oh shit, you're not a real fan anymore. You're a pony bot or whatever the fuck they got going on nowadays. This is ridiculous, bro. And everybody likes to use the sports analogies, but suddenly the goalposts move when it comes to video games, when it's certain things. Listen, I am a fan of the video game industry as a whole first. Pure and simple. I've never made any other statements about that. I have a preference when it comes to console market for Xbox because of all the things I've always listed for the past 3+ years. But I still watch Nintendo Directs and get excited for Nintendo Directs, even though I haven't owned a Nintendo since the Super Nintendo. I still watch future game shows and now get excited even when I didn't have a PC, but now I even get more excited, but I get excited all the time to see new games. Even if games were going to come out on a platform I'm never going to own, I still get excited. I watch PlayStation looking for new games too. Going, Sony, give me a reason to invest. So I'm a gamer first, and I'm a fan of the entire video industry with a leaning towards Xbox because they were the company that was giving me everything and still are that I enjoy the most out of it. And that's why I'm on Xbox shows. That's, again, I don't own a PlayStation. I'm not going to go on a Sony show and start praising Sony. I could sit here and praise them, but I'm not going to go on Sony specific shows and talk like I own a PlayStation. I don't. I'm not going to go to a Nintendo show, even though I could sit there and I could be neutral. I could praise Nintendo for certain things, even though I don't necessarily like Nintendo for a lot of things, but I could certainly do it. But I'm not going to do that. So I'm on Xbox shows. But I talk about the video game industry as a whole. I have passion for the entire video game industry because I will be a gamer till the day I die unless this industry completely collapses and stops making all games that I'm interested in. Period. And the same goes for Mav. Same goes for all the family that I talk to on here.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It's so much like people. Sometimes there's people just fucking don't listen to actually what you say.
No,
like,
they don't. They
don't at all, and it's fine, right? I appreciate anybody being here, whether you actually listen or you just only hear certain words, or you just want to argue, or if you. I really appreciate the content and you love what we're saying or whatever. I just appreciate everybody being here. But it's just so obvious sometimes with like some of the comments you get on YouTube, like in the comment section. And then sometimes people say certain things in the chat that just completely just missed everything that you just said and just heard like one sentence or something. And it's like, what? What'd you just say? And it's like, oh man. That stuff drives me crazy sometimes. I brought up one in our comments last night on Mavcast where I was talking about somebody claimed that we had been defending 30 frames in games.
What?
Somebody said that all along, that we've been the ones saying that it's impossible, that they can't do this. Like, people are asking for too much. Somebody said that all along because they've been watching us. They said this, that we have been defending Microsoft and with the 30 frames like all this time. They remember specifically how much we were against it, and how dare now we act like it's good that they're giving options. How that was actually a comment from somebody that actually believes this. And left it in our comment section. And despite all the criticism and shit we've gotten from people about our stance on wanting options, right? Again. And from the same Xbox fans that have a problem with us now, right? Despite all of that, so there must have been some little sentence or something that was said, or they confuse us with somebody else, right? Which I've seen a lot of too, because all of a sudden you have one stance, all of a sudden you're lumped in with everybody who says all this stuff, right? These other things that are crazier and even more extreme. Like if you're critical now, you just belong in that group. So everything that they said, you said too, right? So it's weird, man. And I see sometimes some of the comments in the chat. I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, somebody said that you said Xbox is not going to have a console. Yeah. You suggested it. So anyways.
All right. Well, what should we move on to? Mav or Reno? What should we move on to? I mean, we could add in the booty comment that they are looking to during their town hall meeting. He was quoted as saying that they need smaller games that are win awards and are critical successes.
We could move to games like Hi-Fi Rush.
Like Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah. And I've seen people try to say, that's completely out of context, but there's no context necessary in any way, shape, or form. Hi-Fi Rush was a smaller team, a smaller game. People say, it took 7 years to create. That's not a small game. They sold the game for $30. To me, that's a smaller game. That means Xbox and Microsoft judged it as a smaller game to sell it for $30. They didn't sell it for $70. All things considered, it was a smaller team. Budget-wise, it was a smaller game, no matter how you want to put it. So I don't know. Maybe booty means even smaller, right? Maybe booty does mean let's get 10 developers together and create the next Manor Lords, right? Or Pal World. Maybe that's what he means. But this is the stuff, whether you understand or have context or agree or not, this is the stuff that comes out again, that you have to scratch your head, Mav, and you have to go, how after what you guys just announced with the closings and the rolling in of Roundhouse, could you possibly even have that in any form in a speech to your employees, to all of your other teams that Matt Booty was giving this to, and not have people go, what? Right? What are you talking about? You just closed Tango Gameworks, who just gave you your best game last year, right? They just gave you your best game, Critical Success. You're putting it on other platforms. It's one of the games you want to try out. In fact, you closed the studio before you even gave it a chance to get the Switch yet. Or, yeah, right? It's not on Switch yet. How can you come out and make those statements, right, Mav? Again, this is where I say, like, again, this is another example. I don't know now that they seemingly, and again, this is our opinion, they seemingly have dismissed Phil's vision, and they are now doing short-term looks at things, that they don't have another vision in place. Like, there's a lot of contradiction that happens when you don't have a actual, real, clear goal with a clear roadmap. We saw that with the third-party announcement, right? And all the different, and again, whether you believe all the talk or not, we obviously know there's discussions happening, but it felt like there was a lot of indecision, and they didn't know how they were going to roll this out. They didn't know what they were going to do. Why? Because it was a sudden change. And that's just feels like more of this here, Mav, with this quote. Like, this is weird to me, man.
Yeah.
What'd you think about the Booty quote?
Yeah, let me take a pause real quick.
Yeah, go.
We're gonna pause on the Booty because I gotta catch up on some super chats.
Okay, catch up on the super chats. Let's go.
Yes,
let's go.
But then I'll give you my Booty thoughts, our Booty nuggets, as we like to call them. Let's see here. Let me get caught up. Johnny Retro hit us earlier with a $2 super chat. It says, "Why didn't they sell the companies before closing?" Maybe IP ownership. Maybe that is just easier to shut them down instead of move them, and like cost cutting measures. Maybe nobody wanted to buy them. I don't know.
Yeah, it was probably more cost cutting than anything, right? Because again, if Microsoft's in charge, there's a lot that goes into studio closures with write-offs and all that kind of stuff as well. Unfortunately, again, we are talking about human beings' lives, but in business terms, big business, as everybody's talking about, it's a numbers game. And so there's a lot of reasons why you don't sell them off. And probably more than anything to you, Mav, too, there probably wasn't a whole lot of value there to be gained by selling versus closing. And I think that that's the type of decisions that are made cutthroat, right? That's a cutthroat decision. Like, yeah, I mean, without Shinji Mikami, and, you know, with that team just having games out, who was going to really buy Tango, right? Like, who would honestly put up a good enough offer that'd be worth it? And again, Microsoft does want to own that IP at the end of the day. Yeah. And if they sell it, nobody's going to certainly buy the team without the IP at all. Even if there was an interested party, the IP would have to go along with it. But that removes even more value from what you're getting back, because then you lose out on potentially valuable IP. Because all things considered, some people have said this too. Could they find another team to make Hi-Fi Rush 2 internally? Yeah, they could. They got enough people. They could certainly have another team do it. Right? So that IP is still valuable to them at the end of the day. Yep.
Yeah, even you saw with the other like publishers that were doing layoffs and stuff. Some companies got closed, some got sold, or some became independent. Right? So like Toys for Bob's independent. They didn't get shut down. We don't still understand exactly what transpired to make that happen. That was very strange, but that's something that did happen as opposed to that. So also we got a $5 super chat from Spartan661. Said single player games from Xbox don't sell on PlayStation, but Xbox multiplayer games sell well on PlayStation because they don't have any. They better not give PlayStation Halo.
Again, big business. We were going to talk about this again. We've got the Sea of Thieves stats out now. initial sales and where they ranked, it's pretty damn impressive. And if you believe like us that the money people are now in charge, if you believe like us that the 4 games was not the end, right? That was just a beginning of where they're going to go. The success of Sea of Thieves, to your point, why not at this juncture? If you're thinking big business, right?
People want to make these fake hypotheticals about Game Pass and Call of Duty right now, right?
Yeah.
I saw this conversation on Boom Show about like either you shut down studios or you don't put Call of Duty in Game Pass, right? It was one or the other. I don't believe that at all, whatever.
No.
But there's a hypothetical that they're creating. So I'll create another fake hypothetical just for the sake of it, right? Mm-hmm. Do you put more games on other places like Halo, or do you shut studios down?
Yep.
Right? Like that's apparently like what the mindset is of gamers right now, thinking that it has to be one or the other. By the way, newsflash, it doesn't. Right? They're okay either way. Yep. But if you were to force me to make a choice, I'd rather still play Halo games, even if other people got to play them, than not get to play them at all. So for me, I don't really give a shit if somebody else gets to play it. But that's a fake hypothetical that I don't think exists in the real world either. But will Microsoft possibly do it? Yep. Maybe. And why? Money.
Yep. And Halo Infinite multiplayer is free to play anyways. So why not put it everywhere? It's the difference.
Yeah. Jax82 with a 5 says, how do you shut down Tango when Hi-Fi was a success and talk about adding more people to the studio just to shut it down? Make that make sense.
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to be one of these money cutthroat guys to make it make sense. Or one of the people in the community that's saying just trim the fat. That makes sense to them. So,
and to add that, we didn't really talk about that portion of Tango, Mav, we talked enough, but you promote all this time that you really want a presence in the East, and your one presence in the East, you close down. And again, for people who say, the studio wasn't the same after Shinji left, blah, 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 they would have a hard time recruiting. Well, a $3 trillion parent company who really wants into the East, you don't give up on that studio. You double down on that studio and get $3 trillion company can make things work where other people would fail. Why would you close down your only Eastern studio? Why? After all these years of telling how bad you wanted a presence over there. Again, that's why I say, and that's why Mav says that this is not Phil's original vision. This is not what he would have wanted at the end of the day if you tied him down. No, you're right, Dakota. Regardless of how people feel, there are no white knights in big business. Absolutely. And again, I could take that approach. I'm just saying I don't like that approach because Phil was promoting something different here. Phil was stating that this was going to be a different type of approach and that they were, from the way he was talking, going to be those white knights in a lot of ways. And he wanted that because he respects, as a gamer himself, the creative talent, and they wanted to be different from all the other big publishers, is everything that he talked about, because Game Pass allowed him to do it a different way. So yeah, you're right. In big business, there are no white knights, generally speaking, but Phil really did sell the fact that they were trying to do something different. And I believe him. I still believe him to this day. I don't think he was lying. I think he was really trying for that.
Yeah. And I don't think Phil wanted this. I think he probably fought against it. One person had made a good point the other day, E-Ranks in our chat, that it could have been worse without Phil. Right? This may have been, if he wasn't fighting, it could have been even more of a horrible thing, right? Yeah, it's possible. I'm still disappointed in the fact that it happened, and he is Microsoft. He is CEO of Microsoft Gaming, right? Satya Nadella has the highest amount of power according to everybody, but it's ultimately they all answer to the board and everybody that votes and the money people, the finance people, all these things. And I think that's just more so the people that are making those decisions are crunching the numbers and putting hard decisions to be made right now, and they don't really have a lot of choice, and that's what we're talking about here, and that's kind of a shame. Let's see here, and then also we have Jax82 with a $5 super chat said, you think this would have a different outcome if they grew the studios under ZeniMax Bethesda before they bought more studios? I think ABK was probably the
ABK's Yeah, ABK is a domino. We knew from the beginning ABK was going to be the domino. Now it became a different it became a different domino than we thought it was going to be, for sure, right? But yeah, I mean, I think ABK was really the one. Obviously, again, $70 billion. You are looked at different internally when your division gets $70 billion from the parent company, and that's exactly what happened, right? So,
we got more to get to. You want to get to it? Were you going to?
Yeah, let's get. I was going to get to it because are you at to Decado there?
There's more. Sorry.
There's more. Okay.
Spartan661 with a $5 super chat says Xbox owns so many studios now that they need to work on their own IP games rather than bringing third-party games to Game Pass. Don't shut down studios. Yeah, we talked about that just like a couple weeks ago. How when everybody was talking about, they're not investing in third-party games to Game Pass anymore, it was like, well, the first-party pipeline's flowing, and they got all these studios about to have all these games. So yeah, they don't need to actually have all these smaller third-party companies doing as many games into Game Pass because they got a lot of first-party games coming to Game Pass. But 100%, if you shut down the studios, that you lose a little bit of the ability to do that. Geezer Prime with a $5 super chat says, maybe the silver lining is they have more profits to invest in making current projects better. Don't know. Sucks in the short term, though. Yeah, it does suck in the short term. But maybe they will have more money to make other things better. I don't know. I think they had plenty of money to begin with, personally. I don't think they're, like, struggling. Their financials said otherwise. Silent Cypher with a 5 says, this boycott you speak about, will there be donuts there? Because I'm not a fan of boycotting, but if there's donuts, I'll swing by. There's no boycotting, but we can hang out and have some donuts regardless. We can play games and have donuts.
No, Grim, I don't know where the misunderstanding came from. Grim said, I don't get how you guys can say that or at very least you suspect that these decisions are being made by the money-making people, but then quote the public faces as if it was them. Like the same person who said they wanted a studio in the East or whatever, it's probably not the same person who shut down Tango, but you're talking as if they are. No, that's why Mav and I this whole time, and again, I don't.
Yeah, Phil said he wanted more studios in the East.
Phil.
And then the money guys are maybe influencing the decisions. That's exactly what we're fucking saying.
That's what we're saying, that the original vision, Phil's original vision, everything he spoke about for years and years and years, seemingly has been tossed aside by other people, right? Phil is still, at this point in time, the face. He is the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, right? He is the quarterback of the club. But what we're saying is that offensive coordinator, or him, like Phil, got replaced. And yeah, he's still out there, but these decisions don't line up with what Phil was saying. That's where we say this makes no sense. You talk about it as if you want these studios in the East, but then you close your studio in the East. That's proving the point that somebody else, we believe, is calling the shots now, right? Phil's still the head, but it ain't him making all these decisions, because if you sat Phil down, tied him down, injected him with truth serum and said, Phil, did you want to close Tango? I think he would be, I don't even think you would need to inject him with truth serum. I think he would be crying beforehand. Like, hell no. Did you hear me for all these years? No, I would never have closed down Tango. So yeah, Grim, that's what we're saying. Like, it's not the same people making these calls. That's all. Anyways.
I'm just disappointed they couldn't convince them otherwise. Right. Then let's see. Then the Decado, you can get the Decado thing.
Decado, attention, ladies and gentlemen aboard the fun speculation hype train. That's right. This is a special attention. Please take a look at those monitors above your heads, because you will notice that we went from Mach 2.0, a nice easy cruising speed tonight, and we just jumped to Mach 3.0. That's right. All these super chats. Actually, you know what? It's a Mach 4.0. I just watched the speedometer climb even higher because of all these super chats, along with Decado coming in with the easy 5 bomb. That's right. The easy 5 bomb got this train up to a nice Mach 4.0 on a Thursday night. That's right. He got in the core with the easy 5 layup, showing you all how it's done. We got a whole new car added. So welcome aboard to all the new speculators. I need you to take your seats and make sure those 4-point harnesses are buckled down tight, because we don't want you flying off this train at a Mach 4.0 as we cruise into a town near you, keeping the show ad-free in 2024. Your goal for the month of May, that's right, is a nice Easy 5,900 subscriptions. Let's go, everybody. You guys can do it. And for any of you new people in here, you guys don't listen to us on a regular basis. It's all making fun of people who actually do that during their shows. We don't do that here. We don't care. It's part of our appreciation to what you guys do. So I just kind of make fun and throw it in my own way. But thank you, Ducato. Appreciate that, brother. And thank you for all the super chats, everybody. Appreciate it as well. A lot of good discussions going on in here. And again, there's always going to be people who disagree. We're not that channel either, right? As long as you're not being crazy about it, as long as you're not getting personal, as long as you're not spamming, as long as you're not doing the really dumb shit that we see constantly, you are more than welcome to have good discussions in the chat and to disagree with us at every turn. That is what it's all about. That's been lost in this community, but I appreciate it. Again, that you guys are all in here. It's been a big week, lots of different opinions. So I do appreciate that. Again, why verbally, Grim comes back and says, why verbally say this out loud to your audience if you know the answer? Wouldn't that do it because it wasn't the same people? No, I think it's a process of discussion, Grim, as we go through this, making points out. And I mean, I guess if you have a different way that you do it when you are having a discussion where you don't bring up these points like that, then yeah, again, this is the way that I speak. I can only speak for myself. So this is the way that I speak. We bring up these points to show the contradiction in what has been preached up to this point and suddenly seemingly has changed. And I think anybody here for the entire discussion would understand that we had already mentioned countless times that we do not think that Phil is the one pulling the strings anymore. And in fact, Mav and I aren't a part of the group that's out here claiming that Phil should be fired, nor are we out here as part of the group who claims that Phil's legacy with Xbox has been destroyed by any of this stuff. Because again, without Phil, we probably wouldn't even have an Xbox to talk about right now. His legacy to me is cemented. Mav and I are simply disappointed in the changes. And obviously, we never will know what happened behind the scenes and what went down and how it all haggled out. But again, we do not believe that Phil is the one making these choices or wants this in any way, shape, or form.
Or Sarah Bond or Matt Booty even, or, Aaron Greenberg or anybody that's the face of Xbox.
They're doing their jobs.
Yeah.
They're just doing their jobs. Again, when you make this much money, do I expect Phil to stick around for as long as I thought he was going to stick around? I don't. Not unless he has a fighting chance. Not unless he's still fighting behind the scenes, right? If he still thinks that there's a sliver of hope that he can reclaim his vision or that he has some influence and at least mitigates some of the money people from doing what they want to do, maybe he will stick it out. But I think ultimately, if Phil has lost control of this train, if he is no longer commanding has a commanding voice in the boardroom and he understands that, I don't think he will stick around for as long as we initially thought he might. And I think you might see him step down shortly. But again, it's still a job. People are still, again, these people are making big bank. So they're just playing their role. They're doing what they do. Mav, if you want to, I did send you, if you want to fire up. I don't know if you can play it or if that's not possible. If you're not ready to do that, you could play Sarah's interview that we got from Tom.
I don't think you'll be able to hear it, but I can.
That's okay. I've listened to it. So,
all right. Did you talk about Tom?
Yeah, we're gonna play
Tom Warren's.
Yeah, the little clip I posted in the DMs. Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to 3-Bit who posted it in our DMs.
Yeah.
So.
All right, here we go. Here is
did really well on Game Pass and engagement.
Sarah.
I think one of the things that was most upsetting both to Xbox gamers and to employees is that one of the shuttered studios in particular just created a hit game, did really well on Game Pass and in terms of engagement, and won a ton of awards. Shouldn't succeeding in that way ensure the future of a studio?
Hold on, I got it cut off.
One of the things I really love about the games industry is it's a creative art form. And it means that the situation and what success is for each game and studio is also really unique. Like there's no one size fits all to it for us. And so we look at each studio, each game team, and we look at a whole variety of factors when we're faced with sort of making decisions and trade-offs like that. But it all comes back to our long-term commitment to the games we create, the devices we build, the services, and ensuring that we're setting ourselves up to be able to deliver on those promises.
Well, that was Sarah
I think one of the things that
with
was
the
most
with the
upsetting-
corporate speak, kind of. I mean, it's
Yeah.
really nothing there substantial whatsoever.
No.
It's just
No,
her trying to talk as corporate as she possibly can when asked that question.
you could see the struggle.
Yeah.
You could see
Well,
the struggle to make
How
sure
am I
she
going to pour
maintained
the
the
sugar
corporate
on this shit, right?
Right. And obviously, again, it is what it is. To all the people saying it's big business, that's your big business right there, right? That's Sarah getting asked a question. Obviously, again, I can see it in her face and her mannerisms that it is a struggle for her to talk about it, maintaining that corporate line of thinking because she does understand, and at least it's just to me, again, if you guys got something completely different, but to me, it looks like somebody who internally, right, understands the frustration that the community has, and she understands how it looks to people outside of the boardroom, but she has to walk that line. And so it's very hard for her because it's not natural. It wouldn't be naturally what she would say in response to that question if she was being completely transparent, which again, in her position, she can't. This is a $3 trillion company that Xbox is underneath. They are themselves a $1 billion company, right? Multi-billion dollar company. They cannot, do certain things, but you can see to me the struggle in her to make that all work, to come back around to, but this is about our future as we go forward and the health of, the kind of the health of Xbox when we make these types of decisions, right? So I just wanted to give everybody context, kind of what Sarah was doing out there today, because she did have this interview, and obviously this all happened, so she got a question, right? So that's kind of what it is. So
Yeah, now we're acting like body language experts, Magnum says. Yeah.
Oh my God. Good. Again, Magnum, if you're going to sit here and tell me that you never read people's body languages, I do. Maybe you don't. I will call BS. Of course you do. Of course you do. If you're honestly looking at somebody who's speaking when you're intently watching them, everybody picks up on little things. Maybe you pick up on something different. Again, to me, that's why I say to me, that's what I saw in her. If you think that was completely natural for Sarah Bond after all the interviews you watched Sarah Bond through, and that looked completely 100% like how she normally speaks or how she used to speak back in the day during different interviews, hey, more power to you. To me, it looked different.
Hey,
that's all.
Magnum, what's my body language right now, bro? Like, what am I thinking? Yeah. All right. So anyway, booty nuggets.
Yes.
Booty nuggets. Booty says they want more games that are smaller, high, like award-winning type games. And it's just so tone deaf. Like,
Magnum. Okay, Magnum says I'm just being combative. It's more fun than being a hive mind.
Okay.
Steel does this too. It's fine.
Mr. Contradiction.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I love this shit. Thanks, Magnum, for saying that.
Fine.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it's really fun.
It's so fun.
It is.
Love it. Actually.
Oh God. Oh, okay.
No, I'm just kidding. So I just think like ultimately it's like a kind of tone deaf thing, right? Like at that time, because he said it during a call supposedly to like the town hall meeting and stuff, and the people were like, really, like, and it kind of flies in the face of studio you just let go. I just think it's interesting. Like, ultimately, I think he's getting a lot of critique right now as well. I don't really think this is necessarily on him as much because he has even less power than Phil Spencer, right? This game, maybe you could look at Redfall and he should have been more in touch with that and with the shape it was in at launch, but I still don't think that's even why Arcane Austin got shuttered. Obviously if Redfall was a massive smash hit and there was like 50 million people playing it today, that would not be the situation, but like it just the game didn't hit the way it could have. But even if it had done what they expected, like Hi-Fi Rush did, supposedly, doesn't mean that they were going to be safe either. Ultimately, the decisions on why they made those moves is something they will never know 100%. But the speculation from the insider type information from the people that are putting these reports out there is that it didn't really have anything to do with either of those situations. One thought was that Satya gave them a year for Redfall to turn it around, and I saw that put out there, and that didn't happen. I don't know. I guess it's a possibility, but then you know that the content is supposed to happen this fall, and not allow them to deliver that. It would be kind of weird, if that was the case. So I think in general it's just some money moves that was made, but like it's just weird to have this town hall, and it sounds like more than anything, Pong. It sounds like the Xbox faces, like our people that we know actually really give a shit about it and care about what they've been trying to build and are trying to keep building, are having trouble figuring out what to say.
Yeah.
They're having trouble figuring out what to tell the developers and to people about about the situation, because it wasn't their vision. This was not what they wanted to happen.
And there might not be a clear one in place. That's what I was saying.
So instead, it's like, well, I got to say the corporate thing. I got to say the kind of right thing about what we want, or at least what we think we want. But like ultimately, like things happen despite what we want. So like, what do I say? And it's like, try and be as encouraging as possible, I guess. And that's just kind of what it seems like. I don't think they're happy. I don't think Matt Booty's happy right now. I don't think Sarah Bond is happy about this right now. I don't think Phil Spencer is happy about this. I don't think they're out there thinking, man, yeah, we really helped secure the future of Xbox. This was a great thing, right? I think this was something that was more kind of forced upon them, and they hated having to do this. And they don't feel good about it, just like we don't here. And that's why they're trying to sit there and talk about it, because they got to fly the corporate line, Yep. And it's like, well, this is better for us, and we're going to invest in the small games that, we want award-winning hits, and, and maybe he's thinking if he says that it's going to let them know they're still going to make games like Hi-Fi Rush, and don't be worried if you're one of those studios, trying to make them feel good about it, But like ultimately, you still close the studio, it's gonna get in everybody's head. So I don't know. They just don't know what to say. They're trying to figure it out and try and do as much damage control within the Microsoft studios and the people that are still there as they possibly can. That's ultimately what it is.
Yep. I think a lot of this stuff is on the fly and it's not planned out. And I think that they are all being hit because they are the faces of Xbox as it stands, and of, in Phil's case, Microsoft Gaming as CEO. So they have to try to roll with the punches as much as they can. And they've still got jobs to do, like I said, and they've got to be out there. And so they're doing the best that they can with the plate that they've been served, right? And again, like I said, I don't think you'd have to give them all true serum. If they were at a spot where they knew they could say what they really felt, it wouldn't be all sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns. I think they would have a lot to say about the decisions that are currently being made and about where things are at. But as everybody else wants to say, right? It's big business. So we're going to see how this plays out.
They're not going to sit up there and be like, man, well, we didn't really want to, but we got this ultimatum here, and we had to make some cuts, so we're trying to figure out what to do. And it was Tango and Arcane Austin. That's just what it came down to, because it made the most sense. That's ultimately what they would say if that's what they were forced to, probably.
Yep. And for us, we're going to talk about it. If you don't like hearing about this stuff, then so be it. Again, that's one thing we've never done either, was to cater our conversations around what we think most people want to talk about or hear about. Guys get sick and tired of hearing this stuff. I'm sorry, but this is how we roll. We're going to talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. We think it's important. Like I said this for a long time now. This generation was going to be fascinating. It has become more fascinating with everything that has happened. I said a long time ago, before I knew any of this stuff, even before the acquisition season started, that I thought this generation would set a lot of tone and direction for the future of the video game industry. And whether good, bad, or somewhere in the middle. And I always say it's never going to be a utopia. It's never going to be the dystopian future. It'll probably fall somewhere in the middle, like everything else. I've been, my own personal, for me, I've been spot on because, again, I see like this is massive change within these companies. Sony, now we got Nintendo launching a Switch 2, which is going to be supposedly, according to the leaks, a massive leap compared to what we normally see. Is it still going to be like now current gen stuff? No, but it's going to be a massive leap for Nintendo, which changes the dynamic of how they make games too. So everybody's going through this, and we've seen growth in the PC market. Like the future is being set right now in a lot of ways, and it's still fascinating to me. Even when I disagree with it, even when I'm upset by it, I still find it awesome, man, because this is a turning point in the video game industry in a lot of ways that started last generation, but was really accelerating this generation. And what video game looks like 5-10 years from now might be completely different than what we see right now. But I'm here for it. That's why I got into podcasting, to talk about all this stuff. So, Mav, good conversation.
Yeah, I did miss one super chat that Magnum actually reminded me of. He was asking if when I eat steak, if I trim the fat. I said, it's a question for Kate. She gives me the steak on a plate, and I go out and I fucking grill it. So I don't know what it looks like before she hands it to me. But there was a super chat I missed earlier about the same thing. So I realized I had missed it. Awesome. Spartan661 with the $2 super chat earlier said, a great steak fat creates flavor without seasoning. It's true.
It's true.
Yeah, that's why you get a ribeye and all that good marbling in there. You know what I mean?
It is true.
Like ribeyes are juicier and have more flavor just because of all that fat. That's why I'm so flavorful.
Well, let's see, man. Before we get off Xbox, real quick too. I know some people in the chat wanted us to talk about this. This is something we talked about actually during the ABK acquisition as well, when Tom Warren made a good report. But Sarah, in this interview today as well, for you guys who haven't been paying attention, confirmed that they are going to have their own mobile store in July, right, Mav?
Yeah, that's what she said apparently.
Yes.
And it's
so
like
this
mobile
be the
app. It's gonna be like web-based or something.
Web-based. I gotta find. Let me see if I can find the actual. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. I don't know if anybody's posted. Did somebody post that in one of our DMs? I'm trying to see. This was when I was getting home and I didn't. Okay, here we go. Brad Sams did. Let me see here. Oh, he just said that Xbox. Okay, so all right. Brad Sam said Xbox Mobile Game Store is coming in July. Xbox will be bringing its first-party titles, followed by partners. Bond says they will start with the web because it's independent of the closed ecosystem of stores. So yes, Brad Sams did have the information. So this was, again, we heard Tom Warren made I think late last year, like fall last year, Tom Warren came up with a big report that they were working on the mobile store. And that he thought that if the ABK deal went through, now this was prior to obviously kind of continuing longer than even people expected originally. He said if the ABK deal went through, that there were plans were to launch it in March. And obviously this was also on the back of the EU regulation against Apple and Google for their storefronts, hoping to open up a little bit more, crack open those closed storefronts. So obviously a big part of the ABK acquisition all along, as they spoke to many, many times, was King, because that gave them a presence in mobile on top of obviously Call of Duty Mobile, right? So they were making moves across the board. ABK was the trifecta. It gave them the home market, the console market, gave them the PC, and it gave them the mobile side of things. And mobile's obviously where a lot of the 2 billion, 3 billion people play. They know this. They're moving in that direction. They've been moving in that direction. So, but now we get word from Sarah Bond today that they're actually going to start with a web-based store starting in July, with their first party titles going to be there, and then their partners later on. This is something that we knew that, again, we talked about, Mav. We believed them from the beginning. We said that this is obviously how you reach 2 billion, 3 billion people. It's not just by having a console. It's not even by just having a console and PC, because that's not 2 billion, 3 billion people. The vast majority of people across the globe are mobile gamers now, right? That is where your biggest piece of this pie comes from. Mobile gaming revenue dwarfs console and PC combined. Okay. That is the gold mine for Xbox and Microsoft. So we knew they were going to get serious about this. Tom Warren's reporting back that up. We know that they're most likely bringing a handheld out at some point as well. Whether that's announced at the showcase or later this year, who knows? But it's coming. I see nothing but benefits for them, for that part of the philosophy, which hasn't changed, Matt, to go after the whole pie instead of just one or two pieces. They want as much of the whole pie as they can get. This makes total sense that July we see something like this from them, right?
Yeah, it's just the next step and big money moves from them. I think it's going to help solidify the whole ecosystem again, because you're adding more revenue and profit and all these things, and more places for people to spend money, and it's going to open up something that could be really big for them and just keep transforming it into something larger and larger and larger. ABK was a big motivating factor in this as well. So yeah, ultimately you're going to have it's just interesting to think about, like, in the future,
yeah,
like how much of a part it is, of Xbox.
How far this goes.
Yeah, exactly. With like what happens like 5 years from now if they realize that's like 80% of their profits are coming from the mobile store? Like, how does that change their focus? Because like we know that the Microsoft division is now influencing more so of the Xbox side based on these moves, right? Or at least we think they are. But I don't know. It's interesting. I'm glad they're doing it. I would like to see more interesting things in the mobile space that I'm interested in playing. I think that
there are more coming.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We've seen mobile games not be mobile games anymore.
I want to see more personally, I want to see more mobile games with controller support. It's something like I started playing on my Android tablet quite a bit because I do like console streaming and stuff there. Sometimes like in bed watching a movie or whatever, and I'll put my larger tablet up and I'll do like console streaming or Steam Link. And sometimes like I want to play like one of the games that are just native, would rather play native, like one of these simple games like a Vampire Survivors or something like that, right? And a good example is also Diablo Immortal. I tried playing that a little bit, right? And it actually is one that from what I remember, has controller support. But like a lot of the mobile games, I would like them to start to feel more like have an option to feel more like natively like you're playing on a console or like a PC or something. So that way you can just pick up your controller if you're doing it on a tablet, or if you have like something hooked up to your phone, like a Backbone or something like that, and have more of better experiences than just using the touchscreen. I think that's something I would like to see. And part of me is wondering or hoping that maybe that's an innovation maybe that Xbox can kind of push and force into there. And I know like for the masses, obviously most people aren't going to have that stuff, and they got to make these games available to and accessible for all the mobile gamers, right? But I don't know. I would really enjoy it if there was more stuff that felt more dedicated as like traditional experiences that I could play on mobile devices.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I hope, again, with Xbox's whole vision and that we talked about, Mav, despite the change to philosophy that we just got to talk about, again, their vision remains the same as far as the whole pie goes. And what I've always talked about, what we've always talked about, Mav, is that if they can make this a reality where your access point doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And no matter what type of game you got, whether it's mobile, console, PC,
it
plays on whatever.
Yeah.
Play it everywhere, bro. That's what I want. And again, PC does now is definitely, especially the Eastern mobile games, starting to get more and more mobile games on Steam, right? That are traditionally made for mobile, right? But like Genshin Impact can be played on PC, right? That's what I want from Microsoft. That's what keeps me interested in what Xbox is doing. If they can create this leads in, to the next gen look and this hybrid machine that a lot of people are speculating that they're going to make. If they can make it so that I just seamlessly go from phone, PC, console, whatever game, it doesn't matter if it's a mobile store game or if it's a PC game or if it's a console game, I can just go between all of them. And that's their ecosystem. And I just have an access point wherever I'm at. That's dope to me because, yes, like you, Mav, I'm not a mobile gamer. I've said that many, many, many times. I don't like it, but there are more and more games showing up where I'm like, God dang it, man. If it was just easier, again, because the controller with the phone, I could certainly do it. And I have obviously I've played Xbox Cloud. I've played mobile games on it, but it doesn't feel the same to me. But if they can make it so I can just fire up when I get home my console and choose from a mobile game that I might enjoy, and it's just there and it works, awesome. And then if I do get a bug up my butt at work and all of a sudden I do want to just fire it up and maybe play a level or whatever, and it's just there, my save's there, just like it is now with all these other games, the cross save's there and it works, and all of a sudden I can play it on my phone, that's fantastic to me. That's what keeps me interested in all of this stuff, because I think that that's actually what Xbox is going for. They're going to have a handheld. They're going to have a console. Now they've got their mobile store going. And the other part of the mobile store that we constantly talked about, Mav, that I hinted at or talked about a little bit, competition for Apple and Google. Now you can say, and the EU regulatory body came out and said, well, we think it's impossible. We don't even think Microsoft can compete against Apple and Google. But that doesn't mean you don't try. And if there's a company that if they've got the will, they've got the bank account, they can make a go at it to give Apple and Google some competition again. And even if they don't ever wind up coming close to that level of dominance, are you still there?
Yeah.
My whole screen just flashed. Holy shit. Yeah, my screen's
flash.
What the hell is going on? I don't know.
Is it a rave?
I thought it was like shutting down. I was going black. Anyways, if Microsoft can just make a dent and crack open those stores, and because once they have their mobile store, remember we talked about this is going to be the next big battle for them.
Yeah.
Because they want in on this mobile. So once they have a presence, because right now they really don't have a presence outside of cloud on mobile, but once they have their own storefront, then they can get in on all this litigation. Now they've been helping out Epic. They've been helping out other people. They have a direct, like, hey, no, we're taking you to court. We want in. Like, we have our own storefront now. Our storefront should be accessible on all your devices, Apple, on all your devices, Google, right? They should be accessible. People should be able to buy from our store if they want to. They now have a direct court battle too, themselves to fight, which it seems like they are willing to do.
Yeah.
Because again, mobile is such a massive revenue generator. And now they got the IP as games on the full-fledged AAA games are starting to be able to be played on your mobile devices. As that continues to grow, well, who's got a whole lot of games that potentially a whole lot of people are going to want to play on mobile? That's Xbox. So I think this is a great move for them. We've always talked about this. I've always been supportive of this. Go for it, Xbox. I want to see it happen. In fact, like Jez, bring back your Windows phone. I'll buy a Windows phone.
Call it Xbox phone.
Bring an Xbox phone. Be that your handheld.
It would be a Surface phone if they brought it out.
It would be. It would be. And they've tried it and they failed and all that shit. You guys know the whole thing. Bring back a Windows-based phone with the tiles. I love the tiles. The tiles were dope as hell, man. I miss them. Anyways, so yeah, that's the mobile plan right now. Well, Mav, it's already 9:30. But we do have a little bit of stuff to talk about here that I did want to get into, right? Obviously, there has been other stuff. And like I said, I didn't think we're going to go that long on it, but obviously there was a lot to talk about. Chat, you guys gave us some stuff to chew on as well. Appreciate that. So obviously, thank you for that. Mav, is there anything else that's been going on that you want to hop into here?
I think
because there's lots of
the Capcom stuff today.
Sure.
That's some positive news out there, right?
Absolutely.
It's not every company's struggling really, right?
No, the companies that figured out this new industry a long time ago, and again,
it's funny though, Pong. The new industry is a lot like the old industry.
A lot like the old industry, but you got to be consistent.
Yeah.
Right. You got to have your studios all like really humming.
Yeah.
Right. They all got to be, and you got to have a plan in place where you have consistent drops. And Capcom came back from basically the dead, right? Being sold at one point potentially to Xbox, now to back to the old Capcom that we've always known and loved, Mav, and they haven't missed a beat since they started this comeback run. And in fact, today it was reported, thanks to VGC, that Capcom has recorded a 7th consecutive year of record high profits fueled by sales of Resident Evil, Street Fighter, and Dragon's Dogma franchises. And we also got another reporting from Genki, underscore Japan, or JPN, I should say, on X. Capcom's top seven best-selling games, Capcom top 7 best-selling game series updated. Resident Evil, over its lifespan, 157 million copies. Monster Hunter, 100 million copies now. Street Fighter, 54 million copies. Mega Man still, even though Mega Man has been abandoned. And they're supposedly internally trying to figure out how to bring back Mega Man. Still to this day at number 4, 41 total million copies sold in its lifespan. Devil May Cry, 31 million. Number 6, Dead Rising. Again, another franchise that should come back. They got to figure out a way to do it. I love Dead Rising games. 16 million. And Dragon's Dogma is now number 11. Since Dragon's Dogma 2 release, they just announced 2.5 million total copies. That is now at 11 million sold at number 7. But Capcom is healthy as hell, Mav. And they are launching new titles. They are launching original IP, brand new IP, alongside their well-established, well-loved franchises. They are doing both at the same time. I think there was also, yes, the other one, thanks to Haz, of course, Hazador Gaming posted this. Capcom plans 3 major titles for this fiscal year. Fiscal year ends through late March 2025. So think about this. We just got Dragon's Dogma, right? We had the Resident Evil remake last year, right, Mav? Mm-hmm. We get Dragon's Dogma 2 this year, right? Now they have 3 more titles between May and March 2025 to launch.
Do we know what they are?
Monster Hunter Wilds, right? The new Monster Hunter game that should be launching. And then Hazador's guess was Resident Evil 9, which I think heard some smoke this week or last week that yes, they were getting ready, that was close and they were shooting for this time frame. Okay. Resident Evil 9 and then Pragmata.
Yeah, that was the other one I was thinking about.
Yeah. But we also have this year, I don't know if they count this, Mav. The one I was thinking about was the one that we've seen. Oh, well, I can't think of it because my brain is fried. Mav, what's the one we've been seeing?
From Capcom?
Yeah, the new one that's going to be in Game Pass.
The Path of the Goddess. Path
of the Goddess. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Path, and they're promoting the hell out of that on X. That's coming this year. It's coming to Game Pass day 1. Combination tower defense along with RTS and action-based combat.
Man,
more I see that, Mav.
Metaphor. Wow. I can't believe we're getting both of those.
Fantasio.
God. Oh, God, it's crazy. We're getting those kind of games on Xbox now. Love it.
Yep, I know. But anyways, Mav, what'd you think about the Capcom news? What'd you think, bro? I mean, again, Capcom is doing everything right. Gold.
Proves you make fucking good games. It like you can have all different kinds of them, and that's what matters about the quality. Like what's amazing is a lot of those games aren't all just one model. Like they've done like games of service games. They've done the horror games. But what's interesting though is like none of them are like going way over the top with ambition or anything like that, trying to be something crazy or build the next biggest, hugest money maker ever. They're just focused on making good games, right? And even the live service games they have, the games of service games, they're not going too big with it. They're kind of starting at a reasonable spot and growing them from there. And they're just kind of doing a lot of the things that we argue that a lot of the people in the industry should do. They come out with good, polished experiences, sometimes more than others. Right, I would say the one that's been the most ambitious is Dragon's Dogma, right? Yes. But it had some problems at launch with frame rate and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, it still came out way better shape than a lot of big ambitious games this generation. It did. And it deserved all the praise that it got, and it's an amazing game. So you have something like Dragon's Dogma, then you have something like the Resident Evil remakes, then you have possibly Resident Evil 9 coming out, then you have the Monster Hunter games coming, always hitting. Then you have something like, yeah, like Path of the Goddess, right? Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, right? You have all these different kinds of experiences, and nothing is the same, right? And you have games that you can beat over a week or weekend and stuff, and they're just this is you play them and you beat them. Yeah, sometimes they have optional cosmetic monetization options or microtransactions and stuff like that people hate, but like ultimately they're doing so many different things right that I think they kind of show people that you can grow and be successful in the AAA gaming space. There's a path for that, and it looks, the crazy thing is it looks more traditional than most other companies are trying to do things, right? And same thing with Bandai Namco. They've been on a great run the last several years as well. And I even though Sega has had some issues, I think mostly with some of their Western side and things like that. A lot of the stuff they've been doing has been really good and just releasing a lot of games that are quality as well, So, man, it's just weird to have people say that the industry's in such a bad place that it's impossible to have a sustainable model or do AAA games, and yet you have these companies like Capcom just being like, yeah, we're fine. Look, like we got it.
And let's be real, their games, like their individual games, I just read off the total sales lifetime, but their individual games, they're not selling Nintendo level like 20, 30. Monster Hunter sells big, right? Monster Hunter is probably their biggest franchise going. But outside of that, their other games like Resident Evil, 2.5, 3 million, 4 million, right? 5 million. Like that's their normal, and it takes them a while to get there. It's not like they sell those all up front either, but they are obviously, they have a plan in place. They have stuck to that plan of leaning in to their established IP, making sure that they are getting consistent quality from those studios that are working on that. And then they've gotten to a point where now they're experimenting with new IP, trying new things, but that new IP isn't like second fiddle, right? They are promoting and creating that with the highest level of Capcom quality. And they've even found a way to go back to old dormant IP like a Dragon's Dogma, which certainly had a fan base, but it wasn't the largest fan base in the world, and reinvent it for current day. Sure, like Mav said, it definitely had its performance issues like a lot of titles these days coming out, but they brought back Dragon's Dogma, and Dragon's Dogma 2 has shown success at a much bigger level quicker than the first Dragon's Dogma 2 or Dragon's Dogma did. So they build upon even that old, somewhat good success, but not fantastic success, but they bring that back, and now they have a new franchise in their stable of franchise. You know that we're going to get a Dragon's Dogma 3 much sooner than 12 years it took to make Dragon's Dogma 2. They've been extremely happy pointing out Dragon's Dogma 2 and how many people have bought it and played it, and the critical praise that it has gotten. This is what you do, folks. This is what a plan in place with a company like Capcom, and obviously the leadership, have one clear vision that has spread to all of their dev teams, right? We've seen other not places work like this, like Square Enix, right? We've seen where they can't figure it out. But Capcom, one of the companies that certainly has, and showing, like you said, Matt, that it can be done in even this kind of state where people are scrambling, chasing golden gooses and all that kind of shit all the damn time. Not AAA's
canceling so many games and like left and right and like behind the scenes, like so many different projects we never see, because it just seems like they got the teams and they know what they want to make, and they just keep making the damn games, and they eventually put them out. Like they're not taking all those losses, wasting all this fucking time doing stupid shit. Like they're making games and releasing them, and some of them are better than others. Some of them do better than others. But guess what? If you just keep putting them out there, you're probably going to make some money, right? Yep. And that's just what they're doing, and they're releasing like pretty damn polished too. I really appreciate what Capcom is for the gaming industry, and giving us multiple options of things to play per year. They're doing different deals. Yeah, Street Fighter was great again. You know, like Street Fighter's like there's some parts of it that I'm not a huge fan of, but like ultimately, like it's a great fighting game, and it's kind of had a little bit of a resurgence. There's people discussing out there something I hope could happen, Pong. The thought about another Marvel versus Capcom again now.
Yep.
And like the last one I felt like the other Street Fighters was kind of a little bit of a step back for me, but like with what they've built now with Street Fighter 6, I feel like it has such great bones for a Marvel vs. Capcom game. So I'm going to keep crossing my fingers we see that. I want to see them bring back other franchises that they've had in the past. I want to see Lost Planet come back. I want to see Dead Rising come back. And I want to see them do well with these franchises. And the other thing that's part of the reason I think they're having a lot of this success, because that fucking RE engine, bro.
Yes. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, the RE engine is just amazing. And everybody says everything has to be made in Unreal Engine, right? Or Unreal Engine 5 or whatever. Like, there's so many great engines for these different companies. And part of what makes a lot of these Capcom games special is that RE engine, and these games are running so good and smooth in it. They look great. You can play fucking I remember when I had my Steam Deck, I was playing Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake on the Steam Deck, and it just looked fucking gorgeous, bro.
It did.
Like, it's just like, wow. That was playing on the Steam Deck, and I was like, awesome, it just bro. It's such a good engine, man.
It is. It's again that and Snowdrop.
Yeah, Snowdrop, from Ubisoft, and like
wait until Star Wars Outlaws hits. Oh,
I was excited, man.
Can't wait. Yeah, super excited. Again, love to see it. Happy for Capcom. Obviously, now Capcom, there's a couple franchises that you could certainly bring back on my wish list, please. Thank you. Now that you're having all the success, I mean, Lost Planet should make another go here.
So something else they're doing at Capcom is they took the philosophy of putting games on everything too. Like they're putting like Resident Evil on mobile and all this shit too now, you know?
And they've made partnerships with like Xbox, and they've spread their partnerships evenly.
It's like
much people
doing everything. They're not like being like a Square. Let's just keep taking this fucking money, you know, like
everywhere. Yeah, building out new fan bases. Monster Hunter now again. That they keep building out that franchise, even in places where it necessarily was never known for, like Xbox. Monster Hunter World changed that. Now they have a whole new fan base on Xbox for Monster Hunter games. It's beautiful, man. That's It's not rocket science sometimes, people. I know there's a lot more numbers involved in stats, but it's not.
Was the Monster Hunter Rise they had put in Game Pass too? Remember, like,
Correct.
I think it was in Game Pass. It just fucking Capcom is amazing.
Yep, love Capcom to death.
People dog on them sometimes for obvious reasons, and sometimes it's fair feedback. But ultimately, if you look at all these publishers doing different things, I look at them and be like, okay, I would like other companies to be more like them right now than what we're getting from some of them.
Right.
Alvin hit us with a $2 super chat. Says Capcom also isn't doing exclusives. That's the way.
That's what you're just talking. Facts.
Putting your games everywhere, bro.
Yep. Great minds think alike, Alvin. That's exactly what it's all about, man. Man, when are CEOs going to learn that their investor calls these days get quoted out to everybody, and like maybe they should just give everybody up in the investors call a head up that we're going to talk like the money talk. We're going to give you a breakdown of the money talk, but when I speak, I'm not going to say certain things because we know we're going to be tweeted out to everybody about this stuff.
Right.
I'm speaking about, of course, we mentioned them earlier, EA. And CEO Andrew Wilson this week with one of Mav and I's favorite franchises, Battlefield, which obviously went through its own set of issues this generation, and has been going through its own set of issues for a lot longer than that. In fact, to the point of almost killing it off. The new Battlefield is in the works. They have turned around Battlefield 2042. I've been seeing videos of Battlefield 2042. a lot more. We have gone back to it multiple times as they have updated. Now, we haven't played in the past probably year about Mav, I think. I was thinking about actually downloading it the other night. I was like, I could really go for some Battlefield. They completely changed that franchise or that game 2042 around, but it was no longer going to be the flagship title, as we all know. EA did the smart thing and put Vince Zampella in charge of the Battlefield franchise. He created new teams for it. Now there's been Rocky Roads, the campaign studio, which was called, oh shit, I lost the name, was just shut down, the Battlefield campaign team. But they're still moving forward with it. Well, they had an update during the investor call on Battlefield, Mav. I don't know if you saw these quotes, but quote from Andrew Wilson: "This is the largest Battlefield team in franchise history," he said. "A few weeks ago, I was visiting the teams and I couldn't be more excited about what they showed and what we were able to play." This is from Insider Gaming, by the way. Mike Straw over at Insider Gaming. Shout out to Tom Henderson and Insider Gaming. Love what they do over there. In April, EA announced that Motive, yeah, there it is. The studio, Motive, the studio behind Star Wars Squadrons and the Dead Space remake, would be moved over to help work development on Battlefield. The studio is also working on the upcoming Iron Man game. As far as the next Battlefield game goes, Wilson is happy with the game's progress and is confident about success when players get their hands on it. This is the part that I'm like, dude, you don't need to say it. Quote: "I just spent the whole bunch of time with the collective Battlefield team playing what they're building, and it is going to be another tremendous live service." Shut up. Just shut. Your investors know what you are doing with it. You don't need to say those words when you know you're going to be quote tweeted out to the gaming community. The last thing the Battlefield fans, the ones that are remaining, the ones that are hopeful that Zampella, and again, in Zampella we trust, will turn this thing back into a more classic style Battlefield. No, I'm not saying I thought they would not go live service again. Of course they're going to go live service again. That's not what I'm talking about. And all the fans know they're not going to still do that. You just don't need to say those words out loud, Andrew Wilson. They are not looking to hear this. And again, I know you're speaking to investors. So chat, please, I understand this. Big business. They're talking to an investor group. But this now gets quote tweeted out and put in articles that is read by all the gamers. Can we find some new language? Please. Okay? We don't need to hear this. But I got to say, Mav, again, as much as I have been disappointed in Battlefield, as many times as they have screwed up the Battlefield of old, with Zampella in charge, even with the rocky road that they've had, closing the campaign studio down, I am still excited for the next Battlefield. I am not going to lie. I am one of those diehard Battlefield fans that, even though I've been disappointed, spurned, like just not given the game I've wanted in a long time overall, even though Battlefield 2042 plays great. We had a lot of hours of great times in Battlefield 2042. I am still hopeful that Zampella is going to bring back a Battlefield that is wildly successful for EA so that this franchise does survive. It does feel kind of like the last chance here for Battlefield. But I do have faith in Zampella, and if he can give us the old feels and give the suits their live service game and have a nice good blend of it where it's not over the top, I'll be a happy camper.
Yeah. They had some great ideas with the last one. They just had poor execution at launch, right? Like, if they had delayed it a year, like that game would, I think, been a huge success.
Oh yeah, it could have been. It could have been, yeah. But again, when they're chasing Call of Duty, it doesn't work, right? The class system, they should never have gone away from in favor of operators. I know why they did it. They were chasing the money of Call of Duty's setup, but that's not Battlefield. Yeah. You got to figure out a different way to do that within the class system as Battlefield. Because ever since they've gone back and redone those operators into classes, guess what? More Battlefield fans are saying 2042 actually plays pretty damn well now. That was a big moment too.
Yeah. So, I mean, we had fun from the get-go.
Oh, right? Well, we did.
I actually just reinstalled it the other day. I haven't played it.
Well, you and I are the same wavelength because we must have been mind melding because I got this urge out of the blue.
You really?
Just to download. I did. That's what I just said. I randomly had the urge. I'm like, I want to play some Battlefield.
Yeah.
I really might. We must have been mind melding. That's awesome,
it was
bro.
it was a night. We were trying to decide what I was going to stream that night, and we decided on Payday 3. But I had already said, I actually had just because I had installed Battlefield like 2 days before that because I had just had that itch. I haven't had a chance to sit down and play it yet, but I all of a sudden have this itch again because it's just one of those franchises, one of those games you always go back to. Like I'll always play Call of Duty games, I always play Halo games, I always play Battlefield games. I have this itch to scratch for all three of those franchises, and I love all of them. And I think Battlefield is not going to go away or anything. I think it has a huge chance. Yeah. My most disappointing thing from 2049 was that the Portal thing didn't really take off like it could have.
Bro, playing those old classic Battlefield maps was so much fun.
With the old gadgets and stuff.
Oh,
and
my God.
Yeah, like the mortar strike from the sniper and stuff like that. Like I love the nostalgia of playing that with great looking graphics and frame rates now, and better feeling with the gameplay. But on those classic maps and stuff. And I think that has so much potential, and I hope that's an idea they don't get rid of. I hope they expand upon it in the next one. But we'll see what happens. The live service, if anything, with the live service comment, gives me hope that that's something they will keep expanding upon and not just get rid of. Because I think that has a lot of potential. Remember how much fun we had playing that shit? Like the first couple days, we started our own server or whatever, and it got filled up with people, and we were rolling around in this tank. And people just kept coming in, or maybe it was bots. I don't remember, but we just kept fucking mowing them down.
It was bots. We figured out it was bots after a while because it was like, dude, what are these guys doing?
We had like
it was
50 fucking splatters with the tank and just mowing people down with the fucking machine guns and stuff. It's just a blast, dude. Playing Battlefield, you have these moments you just can't create in other shooters. So it's a franchise I have high hopes for. Yeah. We had a lot of hope for Zampella to really do wonders with the franchise. There's been up and down news about Battlefield since then, especially with the studio that got shuttered or whatever. So we'll see ultimately what happens. But because he said live service, I'm not like down on it or anything. I agree. It's a dumbass thing to say, bro.
You don't.
It's
like I said, he's talking to investors. Yeah, I get it, but they all know you're making a live service game.
Yeah,
stop.
It's like you don't say that. Like, could you imagine like you're watching like the E3 showcase or something back in the or let's say that you're watching the Xbox showcase this year, and they say instead of like world premiere, instead of like first person shooter or something like that, it's like. Games as a service.
Oh,
like no live service game from this new live service game brought to you from whoever. You're gonna enjoy it for years to come. It's live service that it's amazing for you and for us. Like ultimately, we know these companies want to have recurring revenue in these games. It helps cement the studios. It helps grow over time. You can end up developing huge communities and make money on less effort down the road, right? Because you can still have a big community. You can put a smaller team, just kind of trickle out content for long periods of time. It makes a lot of sense for a lot of these companies to invest in that. They got to hit on it right away out of the gate, and that's something that we'll be really keeping our eye on for the next Battlefield when it launches.
Yep, absolutely. And again, Vince, I've said it all along. I know you listen to the show all the time, Vince. Bad Company, if you just put that title on there, right?
Bad Company 3,
but it was Ridgeline, by the way. Ridgeline was the studio they closed down.
Yeah.
I just looked it up because I had to know the name because I was like, this is stupid. I can't believe I can't remember it. Anyways, I don't know if you guys are still doing a campaign or not. I hope you are. But if you're doing a campaign, if you just slap Bad Company on there, that would be ultimate win out the gate. But if you can't do that for whatever reason, if they're not going to allow you to do Bad Company anymore and you're just not doing a campaign, just please bring back the Levolution of old. Just bring back the Levolution that we had in Bad Company 3 and Battlefield 3. Bring that back. Stay away. You can still have maps that have certain big set pieces, right? With all the cool shit that happens. But you got to have the Levolution. I got to be able to bring down the regular buildings that are everywhere that changes the entire game. We need that back. That was the biggest piece
I
that's
don't
missing.
really care about the big moment thing that happens.
I don't-
Whatever, it's
I don't
cool,
either, but
whatever. But I like all the like when I like taking down the buildings and putting holes in the
yes,
walls and all that kind of
changes
stuff.
the game.
Yeah,
When the map goes from this huge buildup of buildings and all hiding spots and sniper spots, and by the end of the match, on one of those long matches, it's just flat and it's just rubble everywhere. I don't care how people complain. That is so much fun. That's what made the old games during Gold Rush so freaking incredible and so tense at the end, because it was like, oh shit, I got nowhere to hide. I got to make a run at these objectives because that's what we got to do. That's the only chance we got. So we just that changes the entire game from start to finish changes. And that was what always attracted me to Battlefield, on top of the fact that one good squad, and we still had these moments in 2042, man. We still had these moments where one good squad can change an entire match from a losing match to a winning match. And that is the only game, hands down, where one good squad can make that kind of impact. We had those moments, man, where we were the ones doing that. A lot of times in 2042, man, when we had Steel and Jasper and you and me and Psycho or whoever else was playing with, when we had that, man, we had moments where we were just, it just felt so damn good, bro.
Yeah,
it
made me like playing this past Battlefield with the Portal stuff. It made me realize how much better the old maps were than the new maps.
Yes.
And like, part of the feedback I would have, if anybody from EA or Battlefield team ever listens to anything we ever say, which they have before because they commented on one of our Battlefield streams. But I would say make the maps to where it's better for multiple play styles again, because I feel like something with the newer Battlefields that's been a little bit something that's bothered me more is that it's catered more to where it's so much. Even if you snipe, you're still gonna get attacked really quickly, or there's always lines of sight everywhere, and there's less ability to play at slower paces in the newer Battlefield games. Whereas before, with even the bad companies and games like that, you had obviously the ability to play that way and the rushing and all that kind of stuff. But if you were trying to be more methodical or be more decisive in decision making and stuff and how you approach and play the game, you had that ability to still have an impact that way too. But these newer ones, it's like you're just constantly in the shit show of fire, even if you are trying to not be and approach it that way.
Yes. Yeah, there's actually a couple really good maps, and I like some of the choke point maps. That mountain base one, I forget the name of it. The mountain base one though, where you get in those hallways and it's just a
insane, dude.
It's so much fun. Those moments still can be fun too. Like where it's a slaughter fest, and it's whichever side slaughters more is going to get to, from one side of that hallway to the other, and then have the high point. Like, bro, those moments too are so much fun. You're just chucking grenades and shit. You're getting like 5 kills. Oh my god, bro. Can't wait to play more Battlefield.
Basically, I'm asking him to allow me to camp more.
Yes, you are.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Because there was some. I mean, again, that back in the day, but you also, again, people played Battlefield for the objectives as well, because that was the only way, especially on Gold. That's why I always played Gold Rush. That's why I always played Rush, because you had to play the objectives. At least portion of your team did. Sure, you could still have the campers and the snipers, but honestly, more people did actually play the rush points, and I love that, man. I love that.
That was the best game mode ever in Battlefield.
Gold Rush, incredible, bro. So much
fun. Many like clutch moments in that shit.
I forget I'm bad with map names. I never remember. But the map with the little river on the side, and you had that first point in the rush with that in that little house, and there was a bridge across the river, and people would come down in the river boats, and then you have people in tanks waiting for you over the top. You had to rush into that building, and people would be already mortaring the hell out of that building to break it apart. So you had no cover. Oh my god, man!
I remember when there's like a 2-story like concrete structure that was kind of overlooking like a rush point. And then you could like sit there and play defense from there, and then you're trying to go over a hill to try and get to that. That one was kind of one of my favorites, because there was sniper spots on the side mountains, you could take out the people from the on the concrete structure, right?
Yeah.
And if you got past that point, then it went to there was like these like a mobile home type 2-story type little house things that you had to take over, and there was a chopper that you could. I fucking love that game. Was that Bad Company 2?
Yes, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure you're right. It was either 3 or Bad Company 2. I can't remember which one of those two. I get a lot of those.
There wasn't a
mixed up
3, right?
No. I'm saying
Battlefield.
2.
It could have been
Yeah.
Battlefield 3. And I think it was Bad Company. Pretty sure.
Okay. Yep.
I don't know. It was amazing.
It is amazing. I see people in the chat who plays Battlefield anymore. A lot of people actually do. Again, it's
Battlefield.
nowhere near what it used to be, but I would take Battlefield over Call of Duty every day of the week and twice on Sunday if it's a good Battlefield.
Yeah.
Hands down. There's no experience like it for me. I love
We were
that
having fucking playing Battlefield 4 a lot.
Yeah.
And like,
remember that?
Yeah, I had the MAV drone going up. I was spotting everybody with the MAV drone.
Yep. Oh, bro, that was awesome.
And you were going around taking out fucking snipers with the knives from behind. Yeah.
That
was fucking
so
fun, man.
Oh God, it was such a blast. God, there's just nothing like it. Let's get a couple small ones in here, Mav, and get everybody out of here tonight. We've already been going for three and a half, 3 hours, 40 minutes already.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. If anybody's wondering, again, we don't have to talk a whole lot about this, Mav, but if you're wondering if the 4-game experiment is working, you could say it's mixed results, but let me tell you something. When the results come out, that Sea of Thieves was the #1 most downloaded game on PlayStation 5 in Europe, and the #3 downloaded game in US and Canada. And then Grounded also made the top 10, hitting #8 in the EU, #9 in US and Canada. And mind you, and this is from Maro NL on X. He said, mind you, Sea of Thieves released April 30th on PS5. So this includes just 1 day of the standard edition and 5 days of the deluxe sales. Satya and everybody's looking at those numbers, licking their chops at the other games. That's incredible. That like 1 day for the regular standard edition and just 5 days for the deluxe edition. And they hit #1 as the most downloaded game on the PlayStation 5 in the EU, and #3 most downloaded in US and Canada, bro.
Yep.
I mean, again, I'm happy for Rare because, again, I think Rare would have been done had they not had Sea of Thieves around with Everwild problems and all that kind of stuff. Sea of Thieves, I'm happy for that team. They wanted this to go to more places, to have more people playing it. It obviously makes sense as a games as a service and all the work they've done in it, but this proves that Xbox can find success. This proves that everybody in this community, the clown show who likes to say, we don't want your games anyways, is all bullshit, that people are looking for these types of games because Sony doesn't offer these types of games outside of now Helldivers 2. They don't have these types of multiplayer games, and Xbox has got a whole lot of them, bro. Yeah. A whole lot of them. And that's why I said earlier at the showcase, Phoenix Collection is announced and we find out it's multi-plat, won't surprise me, and it won't diminish my excitement for it to come back. But you got to imagine, Mav, if they launch Phoenix Collection, they want to get people hyped for Gears. Bro, it makes too much sense with these kind of numbers.
It's interesting. I think you're going to see a shift from that shit talking PlayStation community where they're not going to be shit talking of Xbox games anymore because they're going to hope each one fucking goes to PlayStation.
And we already saw some of that where they were championing the third party. Third party, go all third party. Yeah. They just don't want to buy the console. The appearance of they don't want to buy the plastic. That's it. Oh, whatever. Shout out to Ty Guy Travis. You guys know me. I flame the hell out of mainstream media. I flame the hell out of IGN. I flame we all do. But I certainly have been on many a rant about what I think of mainstream game journalism across the board. But shout out to Ty Guy Travis because I hope this starts a trend. So I'm going to give him credit where credit is due when they do things right. And again, I don't agree with Ty Guy all the time. Obviously, he's got a lot of takes that I'm just like, dude, what are you talking about? But again, he is very good at his job when he does, journalism, when he does reviews. Man, he posted today that he made a post. War sometimes changes. I recently played over 100 hours of Fallout 76 and wrote a new review for IGN from the perspective of somebody who really disliked it in 2018 and wanted to see what changed in 6 years. As it turns out, a whole lot has changed. We've had these conversations, man. The games and the games review industry is broken, has been broken for a very long time. It doesn't make any sense. It sucks. And again, we talk about it all the time. We would love for everybody just to decide that they want to play a game based upon what they see or maybe people that they trust. But the masses still go back to these places like IGN to be told what to play. And the problem being is we had this conversation. This conversation came up because of Sea of Thieves reviews on PlayStation versus the standing Metacritic that is for Xbox, because everybody reviewed it on Xbox when it first launched and it wasn't a good game back then. So that review score stands to this day. When people look it up, that's what they see. It sucks because games as a service should be re-reviewed consistently on a regular basis with new updated scores as those games go along. So I hope Guy, maybe IGN internally is looking at this too. If they are, I will give them credit. Again, still don't like what they do, still have all my problems with them. But if this starts a trend, man, where we do see more reviewers going back, it doesn't have to be 80 reviewers, but just go back and re-review these and give these games as a service that have updated, changed over time, and now are completely different games than they were when they were first launched. I think this is freaking fantastic. So I just wanted to shout out Guy Travis and say, hey, man, thank you for doing this. This is what I want to see for all the games, no matter where they're from, happen. I would love to see this. This is awesome.
Yeah. One thing I will add, I like it too. I'm glad it happened. It'd be nice if it didn't take a huge Fallout phenomenon resurgence to be what prompts this to happen.
Right.
It would be better if
it just
was
a part
of the process, and maybe then that actually helped the game in that turn because it's being given more credit for what it is today, as opposed to this phenomenon happening now. Now something like IGN's like, oh, algorithm, right?
Absolutely.
You know, so you know what? You know what? We could have another big review to start popping off. Let's re-review this game that all of a sudden 5 million people are diving back into.
You're right, Mav.
So
you're right. I was trying not to be as pessimistic, but I do agree with you.
I'm just fucking saying. I'm not gonna get. I want to give them credit because I think it should be part of the process too, but it shouldn't fucking take a phenomenon like this to create
start somewhere,
that situation. Man. Yes,
gotta start somewhere. So I'm just, again, more so, I'm not giving IGN credit. I'm giving Guy credit for doing it himself. Again, I just hope it starts something new because games as a service do just naturally, because of the types of games they are, to be re-reviewed and their scores.
100%. Halo Infinite multiplayer should be re-reviewed today. That's a completely fucking different experience than it was at launch.
Absolutely. So again, I was trying not to be pessimistic like you, but
they review these games in fucking game preview or early access and never fucking review them again.
Never change it again. Yeah,
it's fucking so weird, man.
It is weird. Real quick too, we got more potential Nintendo Switch 2 specs via a publicly accessible shipping log. Very rough estimates place it, and this is from Okami 13_ on X. He does good. I like Okami, so go follow him if you don't already. He puts out a lot of good news. Very rough estimates place it between a PS4 Pro and the Xbox Series S in docked mode before DLSS. Again, for you spec heads, you tech heads out there, 12 gigabytes of DDR5, 256 gigs, 3.1 internal storage, 153.6 CUDA cores, 48 tensor cores, 12 ray tracing cores. Ampere architecture with features backported from ADA, whatever that means. 8 times ARM, so it is ARM based, not x86 architecture. File decompression engine. Rough comparisons. Handheld mode right above the PS4 before DLSS. Docked between a PS4 Pro and Xbox Series S before DLSS with more modern hardware than the Xbox Series S. RAM slower than the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles in speed, but more capacity than the Xbox Series S. Should have 10.5 to 11 gigs of RAM available to games. Going to Switch 1's RAM allotment for its iOS. Storage, 3.1 max speed should be a hair under the Xbox Series, 2.1 gigabytes versus 2.4 gigabytes. And he also did link the sources for this. So this is kind of the same smoke we have been hearing, Mav. Like I said, when I mentioned Nintendo and the Switch 2 coming out earlier, this is a big leap for Nintendo. And this changes, in my opinion, this is going to change their dynamic internally when it comes to their ecosystem and how they develop games, because this is a massive technological leap. And if their first party studios are going to take advantage of this with your big games like Mario, like Zelda, like possibly a Metroid Prime, you're talking about now moving those budgets up, right? Now, again, they aren't to current gen level, right? But they have a lot of tech in here that's going to allow, especially with DLSS, it's going to allow them to maybe make those games look even a little bit better than we were used to on PS4 Pro, etc. But this means that they're going to be spending more on their first party games. And we know their first party games sell the hell out of that, right? But they aren't going to necessarily potentially make as much per copy sold as they're used to with the Switch 1. So like I said earlier, Nintendo's even going to see some adjustments here. But this gets me excited, man. I've said it for a while now. Again, I haven't owned a Nintendo since Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Mav has owned a Switch multiple times. I have had zero interest in the majority of Nintendo games. However, there are franchises like Xenoblade, etc., that I want to get back into, that I would love to play. And I said that if they make the Switch 2 backwards compatible, and we have smoke, I think either this week or late last week, that they are going to make it backwards compatible. I said, you've got my attention. If this is true, they've even got my attention more, because Mav, with these specs, something you talked about, I'll let you talk about it for yourself, but you've mentioned it a billion times in your Nintendo rants. The dock mode is now going to be more than just oh, that's cool, I can do that thing that they add on. With all this tech, with the DLSS and everything else they're talking about here, this thing should be able to look good on the big screen in dock mode, because that's where I will mostly play this thing if I choose to pick up a Switch 2. I'm intrigued and I'm excited by this. I just need confirmation that backwards compatibility is real, and I think I'm sold. I'm potentially buying my first Nintendo product in nearly 3 decades. With the Switch 2 coming out next year. Now, it sounds like it's not going to hit the March thing. They talked about it being later in the year because it wasn't included in their Q1 forecast, which is through March 2025. So people are now saying that's probably going to be a little bit later in the year. But I like what I'm hearing here, Math. And this is a big leap for Nintendo. What'd you think about some of this stuff?
I love it. It's better than I thought, honestly. Yep. So I hope it's 100% accurate. The backwards compatibility thing, that's my biggest question. What happens with the current Switch games and all that kind of stuff. But like for me, as a primary like console player playing on a bigger screen, or at least on a PC monitor as well, this has been my least favorite generation for Nintendo ever. And it's not because of the games. I think they've had quality games. It's just, it feels so much further behind compared to what we get on the other platforms as far as quality of graphics and capability of storefront, the functionality of the whole thing. Like, thing is, it feels so much. There's always a gap, right? There's always a gap with that stuff between Nintendo and the others. The last couple generations, right? Because that's what you expect. But it's just been the biggest disparity it's ever been for a long time now. And I just want it to look like it belongs in the HD 4K era, which is something that happened a long time ago, right?
And Saint Reborn, this is what I'm speaking to right here.
Yeah.
I've seen the Switch Blade on a big screen. It looks like shit. So yes, I know the dock. When I said it was just kind of like there, again, there are there's been surveys that show that the vast majority of people play the Switch in handheld mode and very rarely play it in dock mode. The dock, yes, I understand that it did up it, but to play it on a big screen, it looked like shit, in my opinion. And obviously, Mav,
Yeah,
which he can speak to personally because he owned one. So
I have one now. Like I have a Switch OLED now, and I play it primarily in bed to play like Balatro. And sometimes I'll play a little bit of something else, but I just don't really enjoy playing games in handheld, and I don't like hooking that thing up to a TV. It just, I don't like putting it in a dock. It's not a good experience. The whole system is sluggish as fuck. Even going to the eShop is like slow. It's just overall, like, as an experience of having some device to play on, it's a fucking amazing handheld, right?
Yep.
Amazing. Maybe possibly the best handheld ever created. Like, as far as like a traditional gaming company, not like one of these new PC ones, right? But if you're not a handheld gamer, right, which I've never really been, I've had handheld devices before. I kind of dabble, use them a little bit here and there, but like more or less, I'm like to sit in a chair and play on a big screen. I have hated this generation. So does that mean think they need to change everything and just make a huge traditional console or something like that again? No, because the technology is finally there, I think, with this next device to have it be powerful enough to have a good experience as a console, even though it's a handheld device. So that's what I'm hoping for. Cross my fingers. And that docked mode is going to give us a great experience on TVs and have better functionality with the storefronts, online systems. All these other kind of things are just better implemented, faster, smoother. And then also the games look better on a big screen. And I'll be super happy. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for them to have Xbox Series X type games or PlayStation 5 type games. I'm asking for Nintendo games, right? And I think this is what they're delivering, so I'm super fucking pumped. And the back and pat thing is a big thing to me because I hope there's some kind of way that those games can take advantage a little bit of the hardware in a way, just so, because it would kind of suck if they looked as shitty as they did on the original Switch on a big screen on the new Switch, but it's probably going to be the case. So we'll see. But and back and pat, please.
Please just make that a thing. And Saint Reborn 311, appreciate you being here. And obviously you are a Nintendo fan, and obviously you said you play it docked all the time. That's awesome. Like, I don't know how long you've been hanging out in our chats or how many times you've heard me go on my Nintendo rants or anything like that. Again, for me to even the big takeaway here is that like they piqued my interest for the first time in decades. Like, again, I have franchises, Fire Emblem, again, as one of them as well, that I do want to play, but it's never been enough for me to invest in Nintendo because I don't care about Zelda. I don't care about Mario. Those are not anything I would want to play. I got 100 other games I'd rather play before either one of those. And I know that's blasphemy to Nintendo fans, but it's the truth for me as a gamer. I'm just so excited. Like they've got me like almost to the finish line now, Mav. They've got me now with these stats. The fact that I know this will look good. Like, they are putting effort into this one, Mav. That's what you always said. Just come back closer to the traditional console. You can still be handheld, you in the dock and all that stuff's cool, but just come closer to the console that you used to make. They are doing that here. I'm giving them all the credit in the world for piquing my interest. And if these are real specs, like, this gets me excited. I just need the backwards compatibility. That's all I need to hear, that I can go buy their old games, full price, whatever, and play them. I'm in. Like, I will get one to go back and play the franchises that I have missed out on that I do want to. And I am excited for the potential of a Metroid Prime 4 finally releasing, because I like Metroid with that first person view. I'm in. Like, and it's going to look freaking ridiculous if these stats are real. It's going to look almost modern. Like, it's going to look modern. Like, it's going to be great. So that's what I'm excited for. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Yeah, I haven't gotten into the emulation yet either. I've been holding off on that Saint Reborn, but if that's the case, eventually I might have to. But yeah, no, I want to be excited for Nintendo again.
They had one of the big emulation companies shut down, right?
Yep, they did. Yep, huge. There's still plenty out there, but yeah, no, I haven't done that yet. It's, again, I know it's available, but I just haven't done it. But I would rather be excited for Nintendo again. Again, I don't have to be excited for Zelda and Mario to say I want to be excited for Nintendo, because they have other franchises I do want to dive into. This is the closest they've had me in decades, which is crazy to say, but this is like really the closest point that I've been to saying I'll buy a Nintendo device.
I think it's going to be great, and you're going to get it, and I'm going to get it, and we're going to play lots of Nintendo games together, and we're going to start a Nintendo podcast.
I'm not picking up Mario Kart. I'm not. Yeah, no, we're not doing that, Mav. We're not doing that. Anyways, anything else we should touch on here, Mav?
No.
Okay. All right. I think we're good. Yeah, I know. There's some other small things out there, but yeah, I think we're good. Listen, y'all, chat. It's been a wild week. I'll put it that way. Lots of different emotions from the community on all different sides, for different reasons. Obviously, everybody's got different feelings about this. I would, like I said, I listened to parts of Mavcast last night, so I knew that he had gotten his bars off. This is the first time I've gotten to talk about it. And obviously, again, that's what we do here, but I appreciate y'all coming and listening to us. You guys, a lot of you stayed for all the conversation, even when you disagreed, which is, again, something that Mav and I definitely approve on. We are not the people who say you have to agree with us at all. As long as you keep it respectful, I can hear your opinions, and you saw us bringing up some different opinions from the chat. We're not afraid of that. Like, again, and if you misunderstand what we're talking about, please say that as well, so I could try to explain it. But this is just me and Mav. This is, not every voice is for every person, just like not every game's for every person either. But we appreciate everybody who rolls on through here, whether you're here for 5 minutes, whether you stayed the entire nearly 4 hours with us. This is what it's all about. And again, I will encourage all of you, even the people who disagreed with us and who may think that we are flip-floppers or doom and gloomers just because we do criticize, join us, stop by at least, spend 15 minutes with us when we are co-streaming the showcase on June 9th.
Yeah.
Please, you will see that at our heart, at our core, we are just pure gamers. And the games are what ultimately matters at the end of the day. And we will be, even with this news, even with our criticism about the things that are happening right now that we don't necessarily like it. Bro, I'm not going to miss the showcase for the world, man. It is going to be freaking fantastic, because again, the amount of game, and I'm in the camp. And again, I don't cut down my hype. This week's news didn't make me want to pull back my hype for the showcase at all, because I am in the firm belief that this is going to be the biggest showcase Xbox has ever had. And I think we're going to see some freaking ridiculous cool things and some surprises. For anybody who didn't read Tom Warren's article today, about some of the stuff going on behind the scenes, internally with Xbox right now. At the end of that article, he hinted, in the way that Tom Warren does, that Doom, the new Doom, is ready to be announced. And obviously that will be at the showcase. That's something we speculated on when we were talking about the showcase. It's time for id to show up with something. And even though I wasn't the biggest fan of the new Doom, because it was too much platforming for me, and you guys know I don't like platformers, again, I'm still excited to see what they're freaking gonna do with Doom, and I'm so happy for all the Doom fans who get another game from id. I can't wait to see what it freaking looks like on a series console, because the last one was ridiculously gorgeous, up there with Coalition's work on everything. Man. Bro, the id engine is ridiculous, right? Yeah. And I played it 120 frames, freaking on my Series X, ridiculously
it's
gorgeous.
Funny, just touching on that real quick.
Yeah.
One thing I noticed when I was playing back the ZeniMax Bethesda thing last night from their like introductions and stuff, was there was a conversation with them just about id Tech and them being excited about what it could be and what it could do on the Series X and for the games in the future going forward and stuff that they use that technology and engine for. So I'm really curious to see it as well, because I think it'll be an evolution from what we saw last time.
It
And
could be.
yeah,
I
me
trust
pumped.
id. Again, as much as the coalition, our masters of the UE5, id and its own engine,
Yeah.
it's on that same level when it comes to the game and how it performs and what it looks like. I can't wait to see what they do. Again, anybody who heard us and said, "Oh, you guys are just flip floppers or doom and gloomers," please, again, stop by for our showcase coverage. You will see our excitement the same as we were talking about right now. Again, I just got chills talking about it, thinking about all the stuff they could show us. I'm so freaking pumped, bro. And the surprises we're probably going to get out of that showcase. Again, you will see this excitement because Xbox ain't going nowhere. They're one of the world's biggest publishers at the end of the day. No matter how or where they publish their games, I know that I'm going to see freaking so many games at this showcase that I'm going to be excited for. That's all that matters to me at the end of the day. I love talking about all this other stuff. I'm going to talk about all this stuff. I have feelings about this and opinions about this other stuff, just like Mav. But games is all that matters. And that showcase is going to be a freaking amazing showcase. I know it is. I know they're going to blow it out of the water.
Yeah.
I just know they are.
I think with all this news that they've had this year, all this stuff, I think they're going to fucking come like unload the bucket, you know?
Yep. I think so too. I think the shackles are off. So again, it's not going to be everything like direction wise that we thought or wanted, but at the end of the day, the games are still going to come because if there's one thing that they need to do, according to the money men, is make money and ROI. Well, that means you got to bring your brightest and biggest and sell the hell out of these games, right? That's where you make all your money as a software. And they're going to come 100% to the showcase ready to deliver. And I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm so freaking excited. Anyways, thank you all again for joining us tonight on another episode of PM in the PM. Big topics, big opinions tonight. Lots to talk about. Lots more coming up to talk about. Supposedly it's not the end of this kind of talk as well. We will see, but we are getting ready for showcase season. So much more to get into. So I hope you continue to come back to the Fun Speculation Network. Hope you all enjoyed the show. Thank you all for the support, whether the super chats, subscriptions, or just chatting with us or just lurking with us. It's all the same. We don't discriminate here on the Fun Speculation Network. We love you and respect you all the same. So, Mav, we had this nice big talk. We got to get the rest of the family involved tomorrow night, don't we? So what's going on tomorrow night? And what else you got coming up? You're going to be streaming some more games, sir. What do you think?
Maybe stream some stuff this weekend, but tomorrow night we got Xbox Ultimate, and we're going to have a blast talking about Xbox Studio closures, probably, and and other stuff. It's gonna be so much fun. But there's a lot of people that got to get their thoughts off too on this stuff. But also we'll try and talk about some other stuff too, man. Because honestly, I'm kind of just
it is what it is.
Yeah,
it is.
So we'll have that tomorrow night, and then let's see, Monday FSP, and then Thursday back here for PM in the PM. And yeah, maybe this weekend we'll stream a game or two. Who knows?
Absolutely.
If they close another studio, there might be another Mavcast, or
there might be.
It could end up having some other kind of cool news that we end up talking about.
Fridays are normally the bad news day. They got this out of the way midweek. Like, what's tomorrow bring, folks?
They're not gonna do two in the same week.
Gotta get it all out before showcase. We gotta get it all out. Let's get it all out. Let's do it. Who knows what's gonna happen? But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to tomorrow night hearing some different voices on this topic, obviously, and other things too. We will get into other things, I'm sure, over there tomorrow night. So everybody, you know how to find me. Pongsoul on X, formerly known as Twitter. Pongsoul on the Xbox. Pongsoul on Steam. Pongsoul on GOG. Pongsoul on Epic Games, wherever you'll find me. And then tomorrow night, I shall be joining the Xbox Ultimate crew. Don't know if I'll be able to stay the entire time again. Fridays are kind of up in the air with that right now, but I'm going to do my best. But I am going to be there no matter what at the start, for sure, to talk about some of the stuff and listen to the rest of the fam talk about it. And then, of course, Saturday mornings, you got to set those alarms right now. Living split screen. Whoo boy. Get ready. You guys.
Yeah.
You guys know about the, if you know me and Steel, we don't come from opposite sides very often. Steel has been coming from the opposite side on this topic all week. We have been in the DMs with massive discussions with myself and Mav and Steel. And Steele is coming from a completely different perspective on this topic. Not that he doesn't understand our perspective, not that we don't understand his perspective. But Saturday morning, Live a Split Screen could be one of the few times where Steele and I are coming from really different viewpoints on this current subject, right? So we're going to have really good talk because Steele and I enjoy that, right? Again, we match up, we line up a lot of times, but Steele and I are all about the conversation.
I want to hear a flat out argument. Come on, just go at it, bro. You and Steele. I want to see my brothers.
I can't because I
know.
do because I understand where he's coming from. He understands where I'm coming from. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's just that he's standing on one hill and I'm standing on another, and we just so happen to be across a little valley, right? And we're just kind of looking at each other. But it's going to be interesting because, again, there's not too many times we come into a week like this. Steele's already pumped. He's putting out videos today.
Yeah.
We're going to have community talk, I'm sure, about the bullshit that's going on because we both agree with that. Steele is on a rant that I've been on plenty, that a lot of us have. Like, share your gaming news out. Share your games that you're playing. Show these devs that you're playing their games. Share your excitement with the other people. I still think that's a big thing this community could work on. Be the gamer you are, right? So we're going to have a lot of that talk on Living Split Screen. It's going to be a nice one. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, 3+ hours. Buckle up. I'm sure as long as neither one of us have anything going on, it'll be 4+ for this one. But it is going to be a fun one. So join us there every Saturday morning. And we got another week off of the Shop Podcast. So normally we do have the Shop Podcast, but PTK already hit me and Fuzzy up and said that they are celebrating Mother's Day because his wife has to work on Mother's Day. So he is going out to dinner and spending a nice evening with the wife to celebrate Mother's Day. So shout out to PTK. So you got a night off of the Shop Podcast. And then obviously anybody who did not check out the Iron Lords podcast last week where me and 3-Bit showed up, it was an interesting podcast, a fun ass time with the Lords. Go check that out last weekend. Really good time over there. We had some really good discussions. And I actually got on Addict's good side, Mav. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, nice.
Addict said Addict said I got a free pass to come back to the Iron Lords, man.
Nice. Yeah.
I love it.
I saw them. They even shared a clip of yours. When
They
you're
did.
talking. Yeah.
They actually showed up multiple ones because they threw up a short clip
Yeah.
on TikTok or on YouTube Shorts as well. So yeah, no, it was a great time. So go check that out. But otherwise, my week starts. Well, first I got to shout out Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming. Mr. Boomstick's the man every Tuesday. Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. He's been having good discussions all week. Again, not everybody's going to agree with everything that's being said, but he gets really nice mix of panels that come from different perspectives. And it will continue next week. So Xbox Factor every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time, all good things green. And then my week starts again right here next Thursday, PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM for another episode, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Golden Age is here, folks. Do not forget that. I still believe it. Again, that's been my A1. That's been Mavs. We've talked about this ever since we started podcasting. I don't care what the hell's going on. Again, when it comes down to games, no better time to be a gamer. You're going to be seeing me probably tweet out some screenshots of Homeworld 3. Bro, got Ghost of Tsushima next week. I got 100 games in my back catalog at least right now that I want to play that I'm just not. Get out there. Play what you love what you play, be the gamer you are, know who you are as a gamer, and I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Thanks, everybody. Mav, get us out of here, brother.
Bye, everybody. Peace out. Good night.